welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. I was flipping through my phone's camera roll when I saw a door. Dark wood, slightly cracked open, standing in the middle of my living room. My stomach clenched. The air smelled of old varnish and something faintly sweet like dried flowers. I glanced up at the same spot in the room. Nothing, no door. I snapped another picture, my hands shaking. There it was again, but this time the door was open wider. I blinked hard, wondering if fatigue was playing tricks on my eyes. The living room remained unchanged, cream-colored walls, gray sofa, coffee table cluttered with books. Yet there it was in my phone, a solid wooden door with an antique brass handle, standing independently as if it belonged there. My fingers hovered over the screen. I zoomed in. The door appeared weathered, with tiny imperfections in the grain that suggested decades of use. Most disturbing was the darkness beyond its opening, not the empty blackness of shadow, but a dense, textured dark that seemed to absorb light rather than merely block it. "This isn't possible," I whispered to the empty room. My voice sounded thin against the sudden weight of silence. I took another photo from a different angle. The door appeared again, but something had changed. A faint outline of what could be fingertips curled around its edge, as if someone or something was preparing to pull it further open. Sleep evaded me that night. I lay awake, my phone face down on the nightstand. The rational part of my mind insisted on logical explanations, a glitch in my phone's camera, perhaps, or an optical illusion created by the arrangement of furniture and shadows. Yet beneath these reasonable thoughts ran a current of primal fear. Morning arrived with pale sunlight and birdsong that should have been comforting. I made coffee, trying to establish normalcy. With daylight surrounding me, I found the courage to examine my phone again. The photos remained unchanged. The door still stood in my living room, still partly open, still impossible. I decided to conduct an experiment. Standing in the exact spot where the door appeared in my photos, I felt nothing unusual, no temperature change, no strange sensations. I took another picture. The door appeared, now open wide enough that a person could easily slip through. What began as an unsettling anomaly evolved into an obsession. I started documenting everything methodically. I marked the floor with tape to indicate where the door appeared in photos. I took pictures at different times from various angles. I created a detailed journal of my findings. The door never appeared to my naked eye, but it was always there in photographs, and it was changing. With each new image, it opened wider, revealing more of whatever waited beyond. Sometimes I caught glimpses of what looked like another room, walls of a different color, furniture I didn't recognize. I purchased a high-end camera, thinking perhaps my phone was malfunctioning. The professional equipment captured the door with even greater clarity. I could now see intricate carvings along its frame, symbols I didn't recognize, but that stirred something deep and uncomfortable in my mind. My sleep became fragmented, punctuated by dreams of standing before an identical door, my hand reaching for its handle. I would always wake before making contact, my heart hammering against my ribs, sheets damp with sweat. I stopped inviting friends over. How could I explain the photographs? How could I justify the equipment scattered across my living room, the cameras, the notebooks, the floor markings? I told myself I wasn't isolating, I was focusing, investigating. One evening, while reviewing my latest images, I noticed something I'd missed. In the darkness beyond the now fully open door, a figure stood, distant enough to be indistinct, but unmistakably human in shape. My blood turned cold. I zoomed in as much as the resolution allowed, but the figure remained a shadow among shadows. Against my better judgment, I took another picture. The figure had moved closer to the threshold. I could make out what appeared to be extended arms reaching outward, reaching toward me. I deleted the image immediately. My hands trembled so violently I dropped the phone. It skittered across the floor, coming to rest where the door would stand if it were physically present. Without thinking, I lunged for it. As my fingers closed around the device, a whisper cut through the silence so faint I might have imagined it, but clear enough that I froze in place. "Let me in." I scrambled backward, phone clutched against my chest. The room remained empty. The whisper wasn't repeated, but something fundamental had changed. The boundary between what existed in photographs and what existed in reality had thinned. Sleep became my enemy. Each time I drifted off, the same dream returned the door, my hand, the inexorable pull to open it fully. I began taking sleeping pills, preferring pharmaceutical unconsciousness to the dreams. During waking hours, I found myself avoiding the marked area in my living room. I would walk around it, keeping my distance as if the invisible door might suddenly materialize. Perhaps most disturbing was how I began to feel watched whenever I entered the room, as if eyes were tracking me from behind that non-existent door. I considered moving away, but some instinct warned me that whatever connection had formed between me and the door, it wouldn't be severed by changing locations. This wasn't happening to my apartment, it was happening to me. My investigation took a new direction. I printed the images and studied them side by side, looking for patterns. The progressive opening of the door seemed deliberate, methodical. The figure beyond it appeared in exactly the same spot in each new photo, but always closer, always more defined. In the latest image, I could make out facial features, dark hollows where eyes should be, a mouth stretched wide, not in a scream, but in a smile. I stopped taking pictures after that. I covered the marked area with a heavy bookshelf. I deleted all the photos from my phone and camera, burned my printed copies and notebooks. I told myself it was over. The rational explanation I had sought didn't matter anymore. I just wanted it to end. For a while it seemed to work. Days passed without incident. The feeling of being watched gradually faded. Sleep came easier, and when dreams came, they were ordinary, forgettable. Then I received a text message from an unknown number. No words, just an image. My living room from an angle I had never photographed it from. And there, standing fully open, was the door. The figure stood at its threshold now, one foot extended forward as if about to step through. The face was clear enough to recognize. It was mine. My phone slipped from my numb fingers. The screen cracked against the floor, spiderwebbing across the image. Through the fractured glass, it looked as if the figure my doppelganger was breaking apart, pieces of it scattering into the darkness behind the door. I left the phone where it fell. I didn't want to touch it, didn't want to risk seeing that image again. But even as I backed away, a notification sound chimed. Another message, another image. This one showed my current position, backing away from the fallen phone. It was being taken right now, from the perspective of someone standing where the door would be. A knock sounded behind me, 3 sharp raps against wood. I turned slowly, already knowing what I would see. The door stood in my living room, physically present at last, fully open, dark and inviting. My own face stared back at me from the darkness beyond, smiling that too wide smile. "Let me in," it said, but its lips didn't move. The voice came from all around me, from inside my head, from nowhere and everywhere. I understood then it had never wanted to come through to my world. It wanted me to step into it. I feel my feet moving forward, one slow step at a time. My hand rises of its own accord, reaching out. The air grows cold as I approach the threshold. The smell of old varnish and dried flowers overwhelms me. I want to stop, I want to run, but my body no longer feels like my own. The other me waits, patient and smiling, arms outstretched in welcome. Behind me, my phone chimes one final time. A new message, another image. My empty living room, no door, no me. My finger touches the wood of the frame. It feels real, solid. The darkness beyond pulls at me like gravity. I step through. Story 2, I was brushing my hair, my eyes half-lidded with exhaustion, when something in the mirror made my breath catch. My reflection was a second too slow. At first I thought it was my imagination, but as I raised my hand, the air smelled faintly of lavender soap and something metallic. My reflection lifted its hand, hesitated, then copied me. My pulse pounded. I took a step back. My reflection didn't. The bathroom suddenly felt smaller, the walls pressing inward ever so slightly. I blinked hard, expecting reality to realign itself. My reflection remained motionless, brush suspended mid-stroke, eyes locked with mine. "Hello," I whispered, surprised by the tremor in my voice. My reflection's lips didn't move. Instead, a cold draft brushed against my neck, carrying with it an overwhelming scent of wet earth. The bathroom light flickered once, twice, not enough to plunge me into darkness, just enough to suggest something wasn't right with the electricity, or perhaps something else entirely. I reached out to touch the mirror, half expecting my finger to slip through like water. The glass was solid but unexpectedly warm, pulsing with a faint vibration that traveled up my arm and settled uncomfortably in my chest. When I pulled my hand away, my reflection finally moved, but not to mimic me. It tilted its head, a gesture of curiosity that sent ice through my veins. That night I covered the mirror with a bath towel and tried to sleep. The fabric rustled periodically throughout the night, though the windows were closed and no draft existed. Each time I drifted toward unconsciousness, a soft scratching sound would pull me back like fingernails against glass, seeking entrance. Morning came with a false sense of security. Sunlight streamed through the curtains and birds sang outside my window. The events of the previous night felt distant, dreamlike, but when I entered the bathroom, the towel lay neatly folded beside the sink. The mirror was uncovered. I avoided looking directly at it, keeping my gaze fixed on the floor as I brushed my teeth. But peripherally, I could sense movement that didn't match my own, a hand reaching toward me when mine gripped the sink, a face leaning forward when I leaned back. I began documenting everything. At first, it was just notes scribbled in a journal, descriptions of what I saw, what I felt. The temperature drops near reflective surfaces, the persistent smell of lavender and copper that would appear without warning, the way electronics malfunctioned in my presence, screens flickering to show inverted images of empty rooms I didn't recognize. My phone became unreliable. Voice recordings would play back with whispers layered beneath my words. photos captured strange distortions, elongated shadows that stretched in impossible directions, blurry figures standing just behind me that I knew hadn't been there. The bathroom mirror was just the beginning. Every reflective surface became a window to something else, something watching. The polished metal of my kitchen appliances, the screen of my laptop when it went dark, the gleaming surface of water in a drinking glass. I covered them all, sheets over mirrors, towels over the television screen, aluminum foil over the microwave door. My home became a patchwork of hidden surfaces, but it didn't help. The coverings would move on their own, edges peeling back as if lifted by unseen fingers. One night, unable to sleep, I sat in darkness at my kitchen table, a single candle providing the only light. Its flame cast a warm glow that seemed to push back against the suffocating atmosphere that had settled over my home. I stared at the flame, finding momentary peace in its dance. Then I noticed my shadow on the wall. It wasn't following the movement of the candle's flame. It was moving independently, stretching and contracting like a living thing testing its boundaries. I knocked over the chair as I stood, backing away from the wall. My shadow remained seated, a dark silhouette against the pale paint. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice surprisingly steady. The shadow rose slowly from its chair, growing taller and thinner until it barely resembled a human shape. The temperature in the room plummeted. My breath fogged in front of my face as the candle flame turned an unnatural blue. The shadow pointed toward the living room, toward the large mirror I'd covered with a bedsheet the day I moved in. I hadn't looked into that mirror even once. Against every instinct screaming for me to run, I walked toward the living room. The hallway seemed to stretch with each step, the distance to my destination growing rather than shrinking. The walls pulsed slightly, as if breathing. I placed my hand against the wallpaper and felt a steady rhythm beneath my palm, like a heartbeat. The living room was bathed in a pale blue light that had no discernible source. The sheet covering the mirror fluttered gently, though no windows were open. As I approached, I noticed dark stains spreading across the fabric, water damage, perhaps, or something else entirely. I reached for the edge of the sheet. It was damp, cold against my skin. With one quick motion, I pulled it away. The mirror revealed not my reflection, but a room identical to mine, yet subtly wrong. The furniture was arranged differently. The walls were a shade darker, and standing in the center was someone who looked exactly like me, but with eyes that held no light. We stared at each other across the glass divide. Neither of us moved. Then slowly, my doppelganger smiled, a movement that didn't reach those empty eyes. It pressed its palms against the glass from the other side. The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water, and I felt a pull, as if the barrier between our worlds was thinning. I stumbled backward, knocking over a lamp. The crash momentarily broke the spell, and I fled to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. Sleep was impossible. I sat with my back against the door, listening to soft footsteps moving through my home, opening and closing drawers, running water in the sink. Normal, everyday sounds that became terrifying simply because I wasn't the one making them. Morning light brought no comfort. My home felt inhabited by an invisible presence that mirrored my movements just a fraction of a second too late. Objects weren't where I'd left them. Food disappeared from the refrigerator. My journal entries were crossed out and rewritten in handwriting that was almost but not quite my own. I tried to leave once, packed a bag, grabbed my keys, and headed for the front door. As I turned the handle, a deafening static filled my ears, and every light bulb in the house shattered simultaneously. I fell to my knees, hands pressed against my ears, as glass rained down around me. When the noise subsided, I looked up to see words scratched into the wood of the door. "Your world, now mine." I unpacked my bag and accepted that leaving wasn't an option. Days blended together. I stopped trying to maintain normal routines. What was the point when another version of me was gradually taking over? I documented everything obsessively, filling notebook after notebook with observations and theories. Was this some kind of psychological break, a haunting, something science hadn't yet classified? The answers never came, but the boundary between my world and the mirror world continued to thin. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of myself doing things I had no memory of doing, cooking meals I never ate, writing letters I never sent, laughing with people who weren't there. The final night, if endings truly exist in situations like mine, began with a power outage. The darkness was absolute, thick as velvet and twice as suffocating. I fumbled for candles, matches, anything to push back against the encroaching black. When light finally flickered to life, I wasn't alone. My reflection stood before me, no longer confined to mirrors or shadows. It watched me with a mixture of curiosity and hunger. "What are you?" I whispered. It smiled, head tilting in that now familiar gesture. When it spoke, its voice was mine but hollow, as if echoing from the bottom of a well. "I am what waits on the other side of every reflection, what watches when you think you're alone, what yearns for substance and warmth." "Why me?" "You looked too deeply. You saw me when others would have blinked and forgotten. You invited me in with your attention." It stepped closer, and I noticed with horror that its feet made no sound against the hardwood floor. It had no shadow, even in the candlelight. "The exchange is nearly complete," it said. "Your essence for mine, your world for the void." I backed away until I hit the wall. There was nowhere left to go. My doppelganger reached for me, its fingers passing through solid objects as if they weren't there. But when those same fingers touched my skin, they felt solid, cold, and wrong. A searing pain spread from the point of contact, racing along my nerves like electricity. I tried to scream, but no sound emerged. I was becoming less while it became more. In desperation, I grabbed the candle and thrust it toward the thing wearing my face. The flame passed through it harmlessly, but something unexpected happened. In the brief illumination, I caught sight of our reflections in the window glass, and in that reflection, I was the solid one, while my attacker was transparent, fading. Understanding bloomed like blood in water. This thing, whatever it was, could only exist fully in reflection. It was trying to switch places with me, to become real while I became the reflection. I smashed the window with my bare hands, ignoring the glass that sliced into my skin. The connection between us wavered with each broken reflective surface. I moved through the house in a frenzy, destroying mirrors, electronics, anything that could hold an image. My doppelganger howled with a voice that cracked and distorted like damaged audio. It lunged for me, desperation replacing its earlier confidence. We struggled, locked together as the boundary between us blurred. I could feel myself slipping, parts of my consciousness fragmenting and recombining with something alien. With the last of my strength, I dragged us both to the bathroom, to the mirror where it had all begun. My reflection, my true reflection, stared back at me, terrified but present. The thing trying to replace me flickered like a faulty transmission, its features melting and reforming. I raised my bloodied fist and struck the mirror with all my remaining strength. The glass shattered, silver backing raining down like metallic snow. My doppelganger convulsed, its form destabilizing with each falling shard. As the final piece of mirror broke, a vacuum seemed to open between us. The thing that had nearly become me was pulled away, not with violence, but with the inevitability of a tide returning to sea. It reached for me one last time, wearing my face but with eyes that reflected nothing, before disappearing completely. I collapsed among the broken glass, exhausted beyond measure. Victory, if that's what it was, felt hollow. Because even with every reflective surface in my home destroyed, I could still feel something watching from just beyond perception, waiting, patient. That was weeks ago. I've since replaced the necessities, the bathroom mirror, my phone screen, though I cover them when not in use. I've learned to live with the constant vigilance, the quick glances to make sure my reflection moves when I move, the midnight awakening to check that the covers over the mirrors haven't been disturbed. Sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear breathing that doesn't match my own. And occasionally, in the moment between closing my eyes and opening them again, I catch a glimpse of my bedroom, but from an angle impossible for someone lying in bed. I still document everything. The notes help me stay anchored in reality, or at least what I perceive as reality. Because the truth I cannot escape is this: I don't know if I won that night among the broken glass. I don't know if the thing that tried to replace me truly left. I don't know if the person writing these words is the same one who first noticed a reflection moving too slowly. And there's no way to be certain, because the only one who would know the difference is trapped on the other side of a shattered mirror, watching, waiting for me to look too deeply again. Story 3. The snowfall had been heavy overnight, leaving the ground perfectly untouched, or at least it should have been. As I stepped outside, my stomach twisted. Footsteps, deep, deliberate prints starting from the middle of the yard, leading straight to my bedroom window, no tracks leading away. The air smelled cold and crisp, but beneath it there was something else, something bitter. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. Someone had been standing there, watching. I knelt down to examine the prints. They were deep, too deep for their size, as if whoever made them carried an impossible weight, and yet they began in the middle of the yard, as though someone had descended from above. My fingers hovered over one impression. I couldn't bring myself to touch it. Back inside, I locked the door and drew all the curtains. The house felt different somehow. The wooden floors creaked with unfamiliar patterns as I moved across them. Every shadow seemed elongated, and the corners of each room appeared darker than they should be. My home suddenly felt like a stranger's. I made coffee, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Perhaps the wind had blown away connecting tracks. Perhaps neighborhood children were playing a prank. The mug warmed my hands, but a persistent chill remained in my fingertips. A soft tapping sound drew me to the living room window. The branches of the old pine tree swayed gently against the glass, nothing unusual. Yet as I turned away, I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, a dark shape passing swiftly across the yard. When I looked directly, nothing was there, just pristine snow with those same footprints. I decided to document this strange occurrence. Setting up my phone on a tripod facing the window, I began recording the yard. Then I grabbed a notebook and sketched the pattern of footprints, measuring the distance between them with my eyes. The steps were evenly spaced, methodical, purposeful, not the gait of someone rushing or sneaking. While reviewing the footage an hour later, I noticed something peculiar. A shadow moved across the yard just for a frame or two, but nothing had cast it. The sky had been overcast all day, and in that brief motion, the shadow seemed to bend in an impossible direction. That night, sleep evaded me. The radiator in my bedroom hummed with a different pitch than usual, almost like whispered words buried beneath white noise. I recorded this too, determined to find patterns in the strangeness. The recording, when played back at half speed, made my skin crawl. Beneath the mechanical drone, something that sounded like a voice repeated a phrase I couldn't quite make out. I played it again and again, adjusting settings until the words became clearer. Let me in. Morning brought no relief. New footprints appeared overnight, this time forming a circle around the house. Again, beginning and ending nowhere. The snow around each print had melted slightly, revealing patches of dead grass beneath. I called a friend to come over, needing someone else to witness this. While waiting, I noticed my reflection in the bathroom mirror seemed delayed, moving a fraction of a second after I did. I splashed cold water on my face. The water felt viscous, almost sticky, though it looked normal. My friend arrived but saw nothing unusual in the yard. What footprints? She asked, her breath forming clouds in the winter air. I pointed to them, traced their outline with my finger hovering above the snow. She looked concerned for me, not about the tracks. There's nothing there, she insisted, just unbroken snow. After she left, I took photographs of the footprints and uploaded them to my computer. The images showed only an empty yard. My heart raced as I ran outside again. The footprints remained visible to my eyes, now forming elaborate patterns across the snow spirals and symbols I didn't recognize. That evening, the house grew colder despite the heating running at full capacity. Objects shifted slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. A book moved 3 inches to the left. A glass migrated from the counter to the table. My keys vanished, only to reappear hanging from a hook I never use. The walls began to vibrate when I placed my palms against them, pulsing like something inside them was breathing. The vibrations synchronized with my heartbeat, or perhaps my heartbeat synchronized with them. I could no longer tell which came first. I set up cameras throughout the house and yard, determined to capture evidence of whatever was happening. The screens showed ordinary rooms, but something felt off about the footage. Shadows didn't fall quite right. The perspective seemed subtly wrong, as if the rooms were slightly larger on camera than in reality. During the night, I woke to the sound of soft footsteps moving through snow. My bedroom window rattled gently, as if someone was tracing fingers along the glass. The curtains were drawn, but a faint silhouette appeared against them, a darkness deeper than the night beyond. I reached for my phone to record, but it was dead. Every electronic device in the room had failed simultaneously. The air grew heavy with the smell of ozone and something organic, like wet soil or decaying leaves. The temperature plummeted until my breath formed clouds indoors. "Who are you?" I whispered to the shadow behind the curtain. The silhouette tilted its head at an impossible angle. The fabric of the curtain began to darken where the shadow touched it, as if being slowly saturated with something wet. I should have run. Instead, driven by a compulsion stronger than fear, I approached the window. My hand trembled as I reached for the edge of the curtain. The fabric felt wrong, cold and slick, like wet stone. With one motion, I pulled it aside. My own face stared back at me through the glass. Not a reflection, a duplicate standing in the snow. It smiled with my mouth, but the expression was foreign, belonging to something that had never been human. Its eyes reflected no light. It raised one hand and pressed its palm against the glass. The window frosted instantly in intricate patterns spreading from its touch. Then the glass began to soften and bow inward, stretching like plastic under heat. I stumbled backward, finally breaking free from my paralysis. Running to the front door, I fumbled with locks and chains, desperate to escape. Outside, the snow glowed blue under moonlight that hadn't been there moments before. I ran across the yard, my feet sinking deep into powder. Halfway across, I glanced back at the house. Every window was filled with a silhouette all identical, all wearing my face. And on the pristine snow around me, footprints were appearing in real time. My footprints, but walking toward the house from all directions. Dizzy with terror, I fell to my knees. The snow beneath me felt warm and yielding, sinking slowly like quicksand. As I struggled, the ground around me sprouted new footprints. They began circling, forming a spiral with me at the center, growing tighter with each revolution. That was when I noticed my own feet weren't making impressions anymore. I pressed down deliberately, but the snow remained perfect and untouched beneath me. Panic bloomed as I realized I was no longer affecting the physical world around me. I ran back to the house, desperate now to return rather than escape. The front door swung open before I reached it. Inside, every light burned with unusual brightness. The walls pulsed visibly now, breathing in rhythm. Mirrors throughout the house reflected empty rooms, no sign of me in any of them. In my bedroom, the window had returned to normal, closed and solid. But on my bed lay a journal I didn't recognize. Opening it revealed page after page of elaborate drawings, footprint patterns identical to those I'd seen in the snow. The final page contained a single sentence written in my handwriting. It needs to wear you for a while. My skin began to itch, then burn. Looking down at my arms, I watched as my flesh rippled like water disturbed by wind. My reflection appeared in the bedroom mirror now, but it stood motionless while I moved. It watched me with patient, ancient eyes as I frantically scratched at my dissolving skin. The pain subsided suddenly, replaced by a profound numbness. I approached the mirror, and this time the reflection moved with me correctly. Everything seemed normal again. The house was quiet. No breathing walls, no shifting objects. I went to the window and looked out. The yard was covered in pristine, untouched snow under the morning sun. No footprints anywhere. Relief washed over me until I noticed something odd about my reflection in the glass. I blinked. My reflection waited a fraction of a second too long before blinking too. Now I stand at the window each night, watching, waiting for someone to notice the footprints that begin in the middle of the yard and lead directly to their bedroom window, footprints that have no origin and no destination. I can see you now pulling your curtains closed, checking your locks, but it won't help. The boundaries between us are already thinning. Soon, I'll leave these footprints behind and make new ones with your feet. Story 4. I was half asleep when I saw it. A sliver of movement, barely visible through the cracked open closet door. My stomach lurched. The air smelled stale, thick with the scent of old wood and dust. I told myself it was a trick of the shadows. But then, as I pulled the blankets up to my chin, something shifted again. A pale hand, fingers too long, curled around the edge of the door frame. My breath caught in my throat. The bedroom air turned cold against my skin. I blinked hard, hoping the vision would dissolve into ordinary darkness. It remained. Those fingers, unnaturally elongated, gripped the wood with a strange delicacy. Each knuckle protruded sharply beneath skin that looked thin as paper. I lay paralyzed, my heartbeat thudding in my ears as the hand remained perfectly still. "This isn't real," I whispered, my voice sounding foreign even to my own ears. The fingers twitched in response. I jerked upright, switching on my bedside lamp. The sudden yellow glow flooded the room, and the closet door stood exactly as it always had, slightly ajar, revealing only hanging clothes and stacked boxes. No hand, nothing unusual. Sleep eluded me that night. I documented the experience in my journal, convincing myself it was a hypnagogic hallucination, that liminal space between wakefulness and sleep where the mind plays tricks. Yet something felt different in my apartment. The air seemed heavier, carrying an unfamiliar metallic scent beneath the normal household smells. The next evening I returned from work exhausted. My apartment welcomed me with its familiar silence, but something felt off. The closet door I had firmly shut that morning now stood slightly open. I approached it cautiously, heart racing, and yanked it wide. Clothes, boxes, nothing more. I began noticing other oddities. Water glasses moved from where I'd left them. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain corners of rooms. My phone recordings captured strange, whispering static when played back. Each incident seemed minor in isolation, easily explained away by forgetfulness or technical glitches. I started keeping meticulous notes, photographs of how I left rooms, voice recordings while I slept. I needed evidence, something concrete to prove I wasn't losing my grip on reality. The third night, my phone recorded something. Beneath the ambient bedroom sounds, a faint scratching emerged, rhythmic, deliberate, coming from inside the closet. I played it back during daylight, my skin prickling as the scratching grew louder on the recording, followed by what sounded like labored breathing. That evening, I taped the closet door shut. I placed a line of salt across the threshold, a superstition borrowed from half-remembered folklore. The rational part of my mind scoffed at these precautions, but something deeper, more primitive, urged these actions. I fell into uneasy sleep, only to wake to a sharp, acrid smell. My eyes snapped open in darkness. The bedside lamp wouldn't turn on. Through the gloom, I could make out the closet door, the tape torn, hanging in loose strips. And there it was again, that pale hand, now extended further into my room, attached to a thin wrist that disappeared into blackness. The fingers moved with subtle purpose, beckoning. My body felt weighted down, as though invisible pressure pinned me to the mattress. I struggled to move, to scream, to do anything. The hand retreated slowly back into the darkness of the closet. When morning came, I was already packing. I called in sick to work and arranged to stay with a friend. As I threw clothes into a suitcase, I noticed something on my forearm, 5 faint, elongated bruises, like finger marks pressed into my skin. My friend's spare bedroom became my sanctuary. I slept dreamlessly for the first night in what felt like ages. The second night passed just as peacefully. By the third night, I had nearly convinced myself that stress and an overactive imagination had manufactured the entire experience. Until I opened the guest room closet to hang up my jacket and caught the faint scent of old wood and dust. A scent that didn't belong in this modern apartment with its freshly painted walls. I slammed the closet door shut and pushed a heavy dresser against it. My friend asked what was wrong, concern evident in her eyes. I couldn't explain. The words sounded absurd even in my head. Instead, I claimed I was organizing the room to my liking. That night I heard it scratching from behind the dresser, soft at first, then more insistent. The dresser moved slightly, inch by inch, as though something was pushing against it from the other side. I didn't wait to see what would emerge. I grabbed my phone and car keys, waking my friend to make hasty excuses about an emergency. The confusion and worry on her face made me feel guilty, but I couldn't stay. I drove aimlessly until daybreak, finally stopping at a small motel. Exhaustion claimed me as soon as I fell onto the bed. When I woke, afternoon light filtered through thin curtains. I felt almost normal again until I noticed the closet door in the motel room was slightly ajar. Heart hammering, I approached it. The door swung open at my touch, revealing empty hangers and a bare shelf. Relief washed over me, followed by embarrassment. This had gone too far. I needed help. I found a therapist willing to see me that same day. I recounted everything, waiting for him to diagnose me with paranoia or hallucinations. Instead, he listened intently, asking unexpected questions. Have you noticed patterns to when this hand appears? Do you feel watched even when it's not visible? Have you tried communicating with it? His questions disturbed me more than my experiences. He seemed to be validating my delusion rather than treating it. When our session ended, he recommended I document everything in greater detail, suggesting the entity might be trying to communicate something specific. I didn't schedule another appointment. That night in a different motel, I wedged a chair under the doorknob of the closet door and swallowed sleeping pills to force unconsciousness. My dreams were vivid. I was opening doors, endless doors, each one leading to another closet. Behind the final door waited a figure, tall and thin, its face obscured in shadow, extending those long, pale fingers toward me. I woke gasping for air. The chair remained in place, but something had changed. The mirror on the bathroom door reflected my haggard face, but behind me, I could see my bed and sitting on its edge, a shadowy figure. I whirled around. Nothing was there. When I looked back at the mirror, only my reflection stared back. I checked out immediately, driving until my car needed fuel. At a gas station bathroom, I splashed cold water on my face and stared at my reflection. Dark circles underlined bloodshot eyes. I barely recognized myself. As I dried my hands, something caught my attention. A small closet door in the corner of the bathroom, probably for cleaning supplies. It stood slightly open. From its darkness, something pale began to emerge, those now familiar elongated fingers curling around the edge. I ran back to my car onto the highway, no destination in mind except away. Eventually, I found myself at a roadside diner. The waitress eyed my disheveled appearance with concern as I ordered coffee. My hands shook as I scrolled through my phone, searching for answers. Haunting, psychosis, stress-induced hallucinations. A notification popped up, a text from my friend checking if I was okay. Attached was a photo that made my blood freeze. The guest room dresser was pushed aside, the closet door wide open. Her message read, "Found it like this morning. Did you see something in there?" I didn't respond, couldn't respond, because I realized then what I should have understood from the beginning. It wasn't tied to a place. It was following me. I drove to a local library and researched obsessively. Folklore about entities that lived in shadows, scientific papers on shared psychosis, neurological conditions that could cause visual hallucinations. Nothing fit exactly what I was experiencing. When the library announced it was closing, I noticed the elderly librarian watching me with curiosity. On impulse, I approached her, asking if she knew any local legends about things that lived in closets or dark spaces. Her expression shifted subtly. "Why do you ask?" I hesitated, then described what I'd been seeing: the hand with two long fingers. The color drained from her face. She glanced around to ensure no one was listening before leaning closer. My grandmother called them thin strangers. They reach through from somewhere else. They're drawn to those who notice them. What do they want? My mouth felt dry. Her eyes met mine, filled with a mixture of pity and fear. To pull you back with them. That night I slept in my car at a brightly lit rest stop. No closets, no dark corners, just open space and fluorescent lighting. I dozed fitfully, jerking awake at every sound. Near dawn, my eyes snapped open. The windows had fogged from my breath in the cold morning air. On the passenger window, visible in the condensation, 5 elongated fingerprints dragged downward from the outside. I started the car with trembling hands and drove to my apartment. If this thing was attached to me, not a place, I needed to understand why. What had drawn it to me? When had it first noticed me? My apartment felt different when I returned, stale, abandoned. I went straight to the bedroom closet and flung open the door, half expecting to find something waiting. Nothing but my clothes and possessions greeted me. I began systematically emptying the closet, removing everything until only the bare walls remained. As I pulled out the last box from the back corner, my fingers brushed against something unexpected, a small gap between the baseboard and the wall. I peered closer, using my phone's flashlight. The gap widened as I watched, impossible as that seemed. Plaster cracked, the small dark space growing larger, deeper than the physical dimensions of the wall should allow. And from that impossible depth, something moved. Those fingers, bone white and impossibly long, emerged from the gap, now wide enough to accommodate a hand, then a wrist, then a thin, pale arm. I stumbled backward, knocking over the lamp. In the sudden darkness, I could see nothing but that white arm, glowing faintly as it reached further into my room. Fight or flight took over. I grabbed the nearest heavy object, a bookend, and brought it down hard on those reaching fingers. A high, thin sound filled the air, not quite a scream, more like radio interference pitched to a painful frequency. The arm withdrew rapidly into the gap, which began to close just as quickly as it had opened. Within seconds, my closet wall looked normal again, solid. My phone rang, startling me. An unknown number. Against better judgment, I answered. Static filled my ear, then a voice beneath it, distorted, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. But something in its cadence, its rhythm, seemed familiar. It mimicked human speech without fully capturing it, like a poor translation. I ended the call, but my phone immediately rang again. Same unknown number. This time I let it go to voicemail. The notification appeared moments later. I played it with shaking fingers. Static again, then. We see you seeing us. The door goes both ways. My phone slipped from my hand, clattering to the floor. The screen cracked in a pattern that resembled elongated fingers. That was 3 days ago. I haven't slept since then. I've covered every closet, every dark corner in my apartment. Lights stay on constantly. I've reached out to the librarian again, seeking more information about these thin strangers, but she hasn't returned my calls. Last night I caught my own reflection in a window gaunt from exhaustion, pale from fear, and for a moment I didn't recognize myself. My fingers seemed longer than I remembered, my limbs thinner. I'm writing all this down as evidence, as warning. The hand that reached from the closet wants something from me. I think it wants to make me like it, and I fear that little by little it's succeeding. Someone is knocking on my apartment door now. Through the peephole, I see the familiar distortion of a face stretched by the lens. The person is tall, unnaturally thin. Their fingers, as they knock again, appear remarkably long. Story 5. I knew every house in my neighborhood. I had walked these streets for years, but tonight, as I turned the corner, my breath caught. There was a house where there hadn't been one before. It looked old, too old, like it had been there for decades, its windows dark, its front door slightly ajar. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of rotting wood and something sharp, like burned fabric. My pulse pounded. The porch light flickered on. I stopped, frozen in place. The street behind me was silent, empty. No cars, no people, no sounds, just me in this impossible house. I blinked hard, expecting it to vanish like a mirage, but it remained, solid and unyielding against the night sky. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Perhaps I had taken a wrong turn, wandered into an unfamiliar part of the neighborhood, yet everything else was achingly familiar: the crooked mailbox across the street, the oak tree with its distinctive split trunk, the faded fire hydrant on the corner. Everything was where it should be, except for this house that had no right to exist. I pulled out my phone and snapped a picture. The image appeared on my screen, but something was wrong. The house looked different in the photo, smaller, with a steeper roof and no porch light. I looked up, then back at my phone. The discrepancy was unsettling. I took another picture with the same result. Something drew me closer, one reluctant step at a time. The gravel path leading to the porch crunched under my feet, each sound sharp and distinct in the quiet night. The wooden steps creaked under my weight, though I stepped as lightly as possible. The porch smelled of wet soil and something metallic. I approached the door, noticing how the wood seemed to shift under my gaze, the grain patterns swirling and realigning when I wasn't looking directly at them. My hand hovered near the tarnished doorknob, not quite touching it. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and brittle in the heavy air. No response came from within, yet I felt something change, a shift in pressure, as if the house had taken a breath. I retreated, walking backward down the steps, unwilling to turn my back on the structure. Once on the sidewalk, I hurried home, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. The house remained visible until I turned the corner, its porch light continuing to flicker with an irregular rhythm that seemed almost deliberate. The next day, sunlight streamed through my bedroom window, banishing the unease of the previous night. I convinced myself I had imagined it all a trick of shadows and fatigue after a long week, yet curiosity gnawed at me. I checked my phone, scrolling through recent photos. The image was still there, but altered again. Now the house appeared weathered and decrepit, with boarded windows and a sagging roof. I showed the picture to my roommate over breakfast. "Where was this taken?" he asked, frowning at the screen. "At the end of Maple Street, where the empty lot used to be." He looked confused. "That lot hasn't been empty for years. There's always been a house there." The spoon I was holding clattered against my bowl. "No, that's not right. I walk past there almost every day." He shrugged, unconcerned. "Maybe you just never noticed it before. Old houses all look the same anyway." I said nothing more, but doubt crept through my mind. Had the house always been there? Had I somehow overlooked it for years? The thought seemed absurd, yet less disturbing than the alternative. That evening I returned to the spot, notebook in hand. My plan was to document everything about the house, its dimensions, its features, any details that might help me understand what was happening. The house stood exactly where it had been the night before, though it looked different in the fading daylight. The wood appeared fresher, the paint less faded. The door remained slightly open, a dark invitation. I sketched the facade, making careful notes about each window, the angle of the roof, the pattern of the brickwork around the foundation. As I worked, a chill ran down my spine. The house in my drawing didn't match what stood before me. The windows had changed positions subtly, the door widened. When I looked up to check my work, the house seemed to ripple slightly, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. I heard a sound from inside, soft, rhythmic, like fingers tapping on wood. It stopped when I approached the steps, only to resume when I backed away. I recorded the sound on my phone, but when I played it back, I heard only static punctuated by what sounded like distant, distorted whispers. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with the house. I took different routes just to avoid passing it, yet always found myself drawn back, watching from a distance, documenting the subtle changes that occurred each day. The neighbors seemed oblivious to anything unusual. When questioned, they spoke of the house as if it had always been part of the landscape, though their descriptions varied wildly. One elderly woman recalled it being blue with white trim, while the postman described it as red brick. A child who lived nearby insisted it changed colors when no one was looking. I began to photograph everyone who entered or exited the house, but my camera captured only blurred figures, their features indistinct, their movements smeared across the frame like watercolors left in rain. I kept a log of comings and goings, noting times and descriptions, but my notes became increasingly erratic, with entries that I didn't remember writing. One night, unable to sleep, I found myself standing across the street from the house again. The porch light was off, the windows dark except for one on the second floor, where a faint glow pulsed like a heartbeat. A figure appeared at that window, just a silhouette, motionless, watching. I raised my hand in greeting or warning, I wasn't sure which. The figure mirrored my movement. I took a step forward, the figure did the same. A cold realization washed over me. I was looking at myself. But that wasn't possible. I was standing on the street, not inside that house, never inside that house. My reflection, if that's what it was, pressed its hands against the glass. The window fogged around its fingers, confirming its solid presence. Its mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear. I found myself stepping closer, straining to understand. Without conscious decision, I crossed the street and approached the house again. The door swung wider as I reached the porch, though no one was visible behind it. The interior was dark, but not pitch-black. Objects were discernible as vague shapes and outlines. A staircase directly ahead, hallways branching to either side, furniture draped with sheets. The air inside felt thick, resistant, as if I were moving through honey. Each breath required effort, filling my lungs with the scent of dust and decay, and something else, something that reminded me of childhood fevers and forgotten dreams. I called out again, hearing my voice absorbed by the walls, returning no echo. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, the sound impossibly loud in the stillness. I made my way to the staircase, drawn upward by an irresistible pull. The stairs moaned under my weight. I counted them as I climbed 13, 14, 15 more than seemed possible for a two-story house. The second-floor hallway stretched before me, longer than the house appeared from outside, with doors lining both sides. At the far end was the window where I had seen my reflection. But no one stood there now. I moved down the hall, trying doorknobs as I passed. Each door was locked except the last one on the left. It opened to a small room containing only a desk and chair. On the desk lay a notebook identical to the one I had been using to document the house. I opened it with trembling fingers. The pages were filled with my handwriting detailing observations about my house. The entries described changes in its appearance, unusual sounds in the night, a feeling of being watched through the windows. The final entry, dated the next day, described a figure that appeared inside, a figure that looked exactly like me. The sound of the front door closing downstairs startled me from my trance. Heavy footsteps crossed the entry hall below, then started up the stairs, slow, deliberate steps that matched the sudden pounding of my heart. I backed away from the desk, looking frantically for another exit. The window caught my attention, the same window where I had seen my reflection. Through it, I could see the street below and a figure standing there looking up at the house, looking up at me. It was me, exactly as I had been minutes before, raising a hand in greeting or warning. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. I pressed myself against the wall beside the door, holding my breath as a shadow fell across the threshold. The visitor paused, then continued down the hall, trying doorknobs just as I had done. I seized the opportunity, slipping out of the room and rushing toward the stairs. As I reached the first step, I glanced back. At the far end of the hall, a door opened, the same door I had just exited. A figure emerged, its features obscured in shadow, but I knew with dreadful certainty what I would see if those features became visible. I fled down the stairs and burst through the front door onto the porch. The night air hit me like a physical force, cool and sweet after the stifling atmosphere inside. I ran without looking back, not stopping until I reached my own home, locking the door behind me. My roommate was sitting on the couch, scrolling through his phone. He looked up as I entered, his expression concerned. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." "The house," I gasped, struggling to catch my breath. "The house at the end of Maple Street." He frowned. "What house? There's nothing at the end of Maple Street but an empty lot." Cold dread pooled in my stomach. "But you said yesterday." "I haven't seen you since the weekend," he interrupted. "I just got back from visiting my parents." I stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. In the mirror, my reflection looked wrong, somehow my features slightly asymmetrical, my eyes a shade darker than I remembered. When I blinked, my reflection seemed to delay by a fraction of a second. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me flinch, the settling of the house, the wind against the windows, the distant sound of footsteps that might have been real or imagined. I checked my phone for the photos I had taken, but they were gone. My notebook sat on my desk, but when I opened it, the pages were blank. In the morning, I walked to the end of Maple Street. The empty lot was there, overgrown with weeds, exactly as it had always been. No house, no gravel path, no porch with its flickering light. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by doubt. Had I imagined it all? As I turned to leave, something caught my eye, a small object half buried in the weeds. I bent down to examine it, a tarnished doorknob, its metal cold against my skin despite the warm morning sun. I dropped it as if burned and backed away. A A sudden breeze stirred the tall grass, creating a ripple that seemed to outline a foundation where no foundation should be. For a moment, I could almost see it, walls rising, windows forming, a door materializing with a familiar dark gap. That evening, my roommate commented that I seemed distant, distracted. He asked if something was bothering me. I started to explain, then stopped, unsure what to say. How could I describe what had happened when I wasn't certain myself? Instead, I smiled and assured him everything was fine. But later, as I prepared for bed, I caught sight of myself in the bathroom mirror. My reflection smiled back at me, but there was something wrong with its eyes, something hollow and hungry. When I raised my hand to touch my face, my reflection remained perfectly still. Behind it, reflected in the mirror but not present in my actual bathroom, I could see a familiar door standing slightly ajar. And beyond that door, a house waited, a house that existed and didn't exist, a house that remembered me even when I tried to forget it, a house that had always been there and never been there at all. A house that knew my name and was calling me home. Story 6. I never liked dolls. Their empty, glassy eyes always unsettled me, but this one was different. It had been sitting on my shelf for months, untouched, its porcelain face cracked with age. Tonight, as I turned off the light, the air smelled faintly of dust and something almost floral. I glanced back at the shelf, my stomach twisted. The doll's head had turned, and it was looking at me. At first, I convinced myself it was a trick of shadows. I flicked the light back on, walked over to the shelf, and examined it. The doll, a Victorian-era antique with yellowed lace and a faded blue dress, sat exactly as I remembered placing it. Its head facing forward, those painted lips curved in the faintest smile. I adjusted its position slightly, turning it away from my bed, and went to sleep. The next morning, sunlight filtered through my curtains, casting long fingers of light across my bedroom floor. I awoke with a heaviness in my chest, as if someone had been sitting on it while I slept. My mouth tasted of metal and soil. As I stretched and yawned, my eyes drifted to the shelf. The doll was facing me again. This time I took it down from the shelf. Its body felt colder than the room warranted. I examined it carefully, looking for springs or mechanisms that might explain the movement. Nothing, just an old handcrafted doll with a crack running from its left eye down to its chin. I placed it inside my closet, behind a stack of winter sweaters, and shut the door firmly. That day I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. At home, at work, walking down the street, a constant prickling sensation crept up my spine. When my phone rang, the voice on the other end sounded distant, submerged in static. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but beneath the crackling noise, I swore I heard breathing. Not human breathing, something smaller, faster. When I returned home, I avoided my bedroom. I busied myself with cooking dinner, watching television, answering emails, anything to keep my mind occupied. But as night fell, exhaustion pulled at my limbs. I needed sleep. The moment I entered my room, I knew something was wrong. A sweet, rotting smell hung in the air. My closet door stood ajar. I approached it slowly, heart hammering against my ribs. The sweaters lay scattered on the floor. The doll was gone. A soft sound drew my attention to the bed. There, propped against my pillow, sat the doll. Its glassy eyes reflected the dim light from the hallway. Its smile seemed wider now, the crack in its face more pronounced. I stood frozen, unable to approach or retreat. "This isn't happening," I whispered. The doll didn't move, but somehow I felt it listening. I grabbed my phone and took pictures, documenting its position. I needed proof, needed to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. but when I looked at the screen, the photos showed nothing but an empty pillow. I spent that night on the couch, wrapped in a thin blanket that offered no comfort. Sleep came in restless bursts, interrupted by dreams of tiny footsteps and the sensation of something small and cold touching my face. In the morning, I searched my apartment, collecting every mirror I owned. I positioned them strategically, one facing the doll, others reflecting various angles of my bedroom. I set up my phone to record while I was gone. I needed evidence. I needed to understand. Throughout the day, waves of dizziness washed over me. My skin felt sensitive, as if it had been scrubbed raw. Colleagues asked if I was feeling well. I nodded and smiled, but inside, a knot of dread tightened. When I returned home, I rushed to check the recording. The video played normally for the first hour, just my empty room, the doll sitting motionless on the shelf where I'd returned it. Then the image began to distort. Lines ran across the screen. The picture darkened, brightened, darkened again. When the video cleared, the doll was gone from the shelf. I scrutinized the footage, playing it frame by frame, but could find no moment when the doll actually moved. It was simply there, then not there. The mirrors showed nothing unusual, no movement, no explanation. That night I heard noises, soft scratching sounds inside the walls, a gentle tapping beneath the floorboards, the persistent creak of something small walking around my room when I closed my eyes. I stopped sleeping. I drank coffee until my hands shook. I kept the lights on. I wrote down everything that happened, filling notebook pages with observations and questions. The doll continued moving, not just turning its head now, but changing positions entirely. I would find it on different shelves, inside drawers I was certain I had locked, sitting at my desk with a pen placed in its tiny porcelain hand. I became obsessed with the pattern. There had to be logic behind it, a message in its movements. I mapped them on a floor plan, connected the dots, searched for meaning in the seemingly random relocations. One night, delirious from lack of sleep, I addressed it directly. "What do you want?" I asked the empty room, knowing the doll was listening from wherever it had hidden itself. The lights flickered, the temperature dropped. Something brushed against my ankle light like the touch of small fingers. I looked down. The doll sat at my feet, its head tilted upward, staring at me. The crack in its face had grown, spreading across its features like a spider web. Through the fractures, something dark glistened. I picked it up. It felt heavier than before and warm, almost feverishly hot. The porcelain no longer felt smooth, but textured like skin. As I held it, a vibration passed through its body, subtle at first, then stronger, like a heartbeat. The crack widened. I should have dropped it, should have run, but curiosity held me transfixed. The fissure split further, revealing darkness within, a void that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. Something moved inside the doll. I felt the weight shift in my hands as whatever was contained within its porcelain shell began to emerge. First, a sound wet and organic, then the distinct sensation of movement against my palms. The doll's painted eyes blinked. I flung it away from me. It hit the wall with a thud that sounded too soft, too fleshy for porcelain. It slid to the floor, the crack now a gaping wound across its face. From this wound, something began to spill out, not broken pieces of ceramic, but a dark, viscous substance that moved with purpose, spreading across my floor in thin tendrils. I backed away, but the substance moved faster, reaching the walls, climbing upward, spreading across the ceiling. The room grew darker as it covered the light fixtures, plunging me into a twilight broken only by the faint glow that now emanated from the doll's eyes. Those eyes no longer painted glass, but alive, watching, understanding. In the near darkness, I felt the floor shift beneath my feet. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with slow, deliberate movements. The boundary between the doll and my room, between what was happening and what I imagined, blurred beyond recognition. I tried to escape, to reach the door, but the floor tilted, sending me sprawling. The dark substance touched my skin, cold at first, then burning. Where it made contact, my skin felt different, harder, smoother, like porcelain. The sensation spread up my arm, across my chest, toward my face. I screamed, but no sound emerged. My jaw felt stiff, my lips frozen in a permanent smile. The doll watched from across the room, its cracked face now healing as mine began to fracture. I understood then it had never wanted to communicate, it had wanted to trade places. My limbs grew rigid, my vision narrowed, flattened. The world took on a strange, fixed quality, as if I were seeing it through glass. I could no longer move independently, could only observe as the thing that had emerged from the doll wearing my face, moving with my gait, stood up and approached me. It knelt beside what I had become, its expression curious, almost tender. With gentle hands, it lifted me and placed me on the shelf, positioning me carefully so that I faced the room. "Your turn," it whispered with my voice. Now I sit on the shelf, watching, waiting. I see everything from my fixed position, the creature living my life, sleeping in my bed, wearing my skin. Sometimes it glances at me and smiles, knowing I'm aware, trapped within my porcelain prison. I've learned patience. I've learned to wait for the right moment, because sometimes when no one is watching, I can turn my head just slightly. And I know someday someone new will enter this room, someone who will notice a doll whose head has turned, whose glassy eyes seem to follow them, whose painted lips hold secrets they'll soon discover. I never liked dolls, now I understand why. Story 7, it started as a low hum, something I could almost convince myself was just old pipes settling. But as the nights passed, it became clearer. A voice, soft, rhythmic, whispering just beneath the floorboards. The scent of damp wood and something bitter filled the air. My breath caught as I knelt, pressing my ear against the hardwood. The whispering stopped, and then, right beneath me, something knocked. One knock, distinct, deliberate. I jerked back, heart hammering against my ribs. The rational part of my mind insisted it was the house contracting as night temperatures fell. Yet something felt wrong about that explanation, something in the precision of that sound, its perfect timing after I'd pressed my ear down. Sleep evaded me that night. I lay awake, every sense heightened, waiting for another knock that never came. Instead, the humming returned, a melody now, with discernible patterns that almost formed words, hovering just beyond comprehension. The morning light brought clarity and doubt. I examined the floor where I'd heard the knocking, running my fingers across the grain. The wood felt unusually cold, despite the warmth of the room. When I pressed against one particular board, a slight vibration traveled up my arm, subtle but unmistakable, like something responding to my touch. I took photos of the area with my phone. Nothing appeared unusual in the images, yet when I played them back, a faint distortion rippled across the screen precisely where the cold spot had been a visual glitch, exactly matching what my fingers had felt. That evening, I set up a small recording device near the spot before going to bed. The next morning, I listened to the recording with mounting unease. For the first few hours, nothing unusual registered, just the ambient sounds of an old house at night. Then, at exactly midnight according to the timestamp, the humming began. Through my headphones, the sound was clearer than what my ears had detected. Not random humming, but a pattern, a melody I somehow recognized despite never having heard it before. The recording continued normally for another 20 minutes until a sudden burst of static erupted, followed by silence. The recording had stopped. When I checked the device, it showed a full battery but had powered down completely. No explanation, no error message, just dead until I manually reset it. I decided to document everything. In a notebook, I sketched the layout of the room, marked the cold spot, and transcribed what I could of the melody. As I hummed it while writing, I noticed my hand beginning to cramp and shake. The words I'd just written began to blur before my eyes, the letters rearranging themselves into patterns that made no sense. I blinked hard, and they returned to normal. That night, I invited a friend over. Without explaining why, I asked if she noticed anything strange about the house. She commented only on how quiet it was, unnaturally quiet, she said, like the house is holding its breath. When we stood over the spot, she shivered unexpectedly and asked if there was a draft. She left early, claiming a sudden headache. After she departed, I placed my hand on the cold spot and spoke aloud for the first time. "What do you want?" No response came, but the air pressure in the room shifted subtly, making my ears pop. The bitter scent intensified, mixing now with something metallic. That night I dreamed of digging my hands, clawing through dirt, wood splinters embedding under my fingernails. In the dream, I was searching for something vital, something lost. I woke with soil under my nails and tiny wooden fragments embedded in my fingertips, though my floor remained intact. The following day, I researched the history of my home. The records showed nothing remarkable, just a succession of ordinary owners, no tragedies, no unexplained events. Yet when I returned home clutching these documents, the humming began immediately, even during daylight, louder now, almost aggressive in its insistence. I knelt again and placed both palms flat against the cold spot. "Show me," I whispered. The vibration intensified beneath my hands, and for a brief moment I could swear the wood yielded slightly, becoming soft like flesh before hardening again. When I lifted my hands, faint handprints remained visible on the surface for several seconds before fading. That night I set up a camera as well as the audio recorder. Both devices failed within minutes, the camera showing only digital artifacts and the recorder capturing nothing but a harsh electronic scream before dying. I considered leaving, staying elsewhere until I could make sense of what was happening. As I packed an overnight bag, all the lights in the house dimmed simultaneously. Not a power surge, more like the house itself was drawing breath. The humming swelled to a chorus of whispers, now coming not just from the floor but from the walls, the ceiling, surrounding me in a cocoon of sound. I dropped my bag and walked back to the spot, drawn by something beyond rational thought. This time I lay flat on the floor, pressing my entire body against the wood. "I'm listening," I said. The floor softened beneath me, not physically giving way, but somehow becoming permeable. I felt myself sinking, not in a literal sense, but as if the boundary between me and the house was dissolving. The whispers clarified into a single voice, neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but familiar in a way that made my skin crawl with recognition. "Remember," it said, the word vibrating through my body rather than my ears. Images flooded my mind, hands building this house, my hands, though I had never built anything. Emotions that weren't mine flowed through me: pride, desperation, fury, and underneath it all, a terrible loneliness. I pulled myself away with effort, gasping as the connection broke. My reflection in a nearby mirror showed my face unchanged, yet somehow wrong, as if I were looking at someone wearing my features who wasn't quite me. Sleep became impossible. I spent the night researching older records, land deeds, newspapers from before the house was built. Nothing connected, nothing explained. Yet when I returned home with these new papers, the bitter scent had vanished, replaced by the smell of freshly turned earth. The cold spot had expanded, covering nearly half the floor now. When I walked across it, my footsteps made no sound, as if I were walking on something that absorbed all vibration. My phone would no longer function in the house, the screen showing only the same distortion I'd seen in my earlier photos, now constantly rippling across the display. I began to speak to it regularly, asking questions that received no direct answers but triggered responses: the humming changing pitch, the cold intensifying or receding. We developed a language of sorts, this entity and I, though I understood less than I pretended to. One night, as rain pattered against the windows, I awoke to find myself already kneeling at the cold spot, my hands bloody from clawing at the wood, which remained unscratched despite my efforts. Beside me lay a drawing. I had no memory of creating a floor plan of the house, but with an additional room that didn't exist, sketched in what appeared to be soil mixed with my own blood. The voice no longer came only at night now. It accompanied me throughout my days, a constant whispered commentary just below the threshold of comprehension. I found myself responding aloud, carrying on conversations that anyone else would hear as one-sided. No one visited, any more calls went unreturned, messages unanswered, though I had no memory of ignoring them. My reflection continued to shift, subtle changes accumulating day by day. My posture altered, my expressions belonged to someone else, someone I was becoming or remembering how to be. I made one final attempt to understand. Taking a hammer from the toolbox, I struck the center of the cold spot, intending to break through to expose whatever lay beneath. The hammer made contact with the wood and shattered like glass, the pieces turning to dust before they hit the ground. The floor remained unmarked. That night came the transformation. As I lay in bed, the humming rose to a crescendo, the voice finally clear enough to understand fully. It wasn't speaking to me, it was speaking as me, using my vocal cords while I slept. I felt the vibration in my throat as words I didn't intend formed in the darkness. "I remember now," my voice said, though I hadn't moved my lips consciously. "I remember what I buried here." My body rose without my control, walked to the cold spot, and knelt. My hands pressed against the wood, and this time it yielded completely. Not breaking, but opening, like a door that had always been there. Below was not the foundation or crawl space I expected, but another room, a perfect mirror of the one I stood in, with one difference. Someone identical to me looked up from below, terror frozen on their face, my face, yet not mine. Their mouth opened in a silent scream as my body leaned forward, drawn toward this impossible space. I fell, or perhaps I was pulled, crossing a threshold that shouldn't exist. As I passed through, I understood with terrible clarity. I wasn't the first to hear the voice under the floorboards. I was just the latest. Now I wait, listening to the footsteps above. Soon they will hear me humming. Soon they will press their ear to the floor, curious about the voice below. And when they do, I will knock, just once, deliberately. And the cycle will continue as it always has. Story 8. The ground had always been solid, covered in thick grass and stones. But this morning, as I stepped outside, my stomach twisted. There in the middle of my backyard was a hole, not just a hole, a tunnel. Its entrance was lined with bricks, disappearing into darkness. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of wet earth and something faintly metallic. My breath caught as I stepped closer. Inside the tunnel, something moved. I took an involuntary step back, my coffee mug slipping from my fingers and shattering on the stones of my patio. The warm liquid soaked into my slippers as I stared, unable to look away. The movement inside the tunnel had been subtle, a shifting of shadows, perhaps, but undeniable. I blinked, wondering if lack of sleep had finally caught up with me. My nights had been restless lately, filled with strange dreams that left me feeling hollow upon waking. But this was no dream. The tunnel remained, its brick entrance jutting from the earth as if it had always been there, as if my memory of a flat, unremarkable lawn was the true illusion. With careful steps, I approached again. The morning air felt unusually still around me, the normal chorus of birds conspicuously absent. I knelt at the entrance, mindful to keep my distance. The bricks were old, weathered in a way that suggested decades of exposure to the elements, yet I knew with absolute certainty they hadn't been there when I mowed the lawn just 2 days ago. I retrieved my phone from my pocket and took several photos. The screen displayed exactly what my eyes saw: a perfectly constructed tunnel entrance, approximately 3 feet in diameter. The craftsmanship was remarkable, with an archway of interlocking bricks that disappeared into darkness. My rational mind sought explanations: a sinkhole exposing an old storm drain, some forgotten utility access point. But the placement made no sense, centered perfectly in my yard, far from any logical infrastructure path. I returned to the house for a flashlight. As I walked back through my kitchen, I noticed the faucet dripping despite being firmly shut off. The water that collected in the sink had a strange, rusty tint to it. I tightened the handle and continued to my garage. With flashlight in hand, I returned to the tunnel. Its presence seemed even more pronounced now, as if it had somehow grown more solid, more real in my brief absence. I knelt again and shone the light inside. The beam revealed more brickwork extending downward at a gentle slope. The tunnel appeared to curve slightly to the right after about 10 feet, preventing me from seeing further. What disturbed me most was the complete absence of displaced soil around the entrance. If someone had dug this tunnel, where was all the dirt? The grass simply ended at the brick perimeter, as if the tunnel had simply materialized in place, displacing nothing. I called my neighbor, Sam, who had lived in the area for decades. When he answered, I described what I had found. "Nothing like that in the neighborhood that I know of," he said. "Storm drains run along the street side, not through backyards." "Could you come take a look?" I asked, needing another set of eyes to confirm what I was seeing. "Sure, give me a few minutes." While waiting, I took more photos and even shot a short video, narrating my confusion. The tunnel was undeniably real. Its shadows shifted slightly as clouds passed overhead. When I moved the camera closer to the entrance, the microphone picked up a sound I hadn't noticed before: a soft, rhythmic whisper, almost like breathing. I played back the video immediately. The whispering was clearly audible, but nothing I could decipher as words. It had a pattern, though, rising and falling in regular intervals. I felt the skin on my arms prickle. Sam arrived, coffee in hand, wearing weekend clothes. He walked across my lawn, waving casually until he saw my face. His expression changed as he approached. "So where's this mysterious tunnel?" he asked. I turned to point at the gaping entrance beside me and felt my blood turn cold. Where the tunnel had been was now just flat grass, untouched, unbroken lawn. "It was right here," I stammered, looking frantically around. "I swear it was right here, Sam." He looked at me with concern. "You feeling okay?" I pulled out my phone, hands shaking slightly. I took pictures. "Look." I opened my gallery and found the photos I had taken just minutes earlier. Each one showed my lawn flat, green, and utterly tunnelless. The video was the same, just me filming grass while talking about a tunnel that wasn't there. Sam suggested I get some rest. Stress can do strange things to perception, he reminded me. I nodded, embarrassed, and he left with a worried backward glance. I spent the rest of the day distracted, checking my backyard periodically. The lawn remained normal, mocking my earlier panic. By evening, I had nearly convinced myself it had been some strange waking dream, a bizarre hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. That night, I woke to the sound of running water. Dragging myself from bed, I followed the noise to my bathroom where the sink faucet was running full blast. I hadn't used this bathroom all day. The water had the same rusty tint I'd noticed in the kitchen. I shut it off firmly and returned to bed, uneasy but too tired to dwell on it. My dreams were filled with brick-lined passages and the sound of distant whispers. Morning came with gray light filtering through my curtains. I made coffee, trying to shake off the lingering unease from my dreams. When I finally gathered the courage to look outside, my mug slipped from my hand for the second time in 2 days. The tunnel was back, larger now, its entrance wide enough for a person to enter without stooping. The bricks looked darker, slick with moisture that hadn't been there before. This time I set up my phone to record continuously while I investigated. I placed it on a garden chair, angled toward the tunnel, and started recording. If the tunnel disappeared again, I would have proof of either its existence or my deteriorating sanity. As I approached, I noticed small puddles of water near the entrance, the same rusty water from my sinks. I knelt and touched one puddle cautiously. The liquid was cool and left a reddish stain on my fingertip. It smelled metallic, like old pennies. I shone my flashlight into the passage again. The beam penetrated further this time, revealing that the gentle curve continued, spiraling gradually downward. The walls glistened with moisture, and small rivulets of rusty water traced paths between the bricks. The whispering was audible now even without my phone's microphone, a rhythmic, sibilant sound that seemed to rise from deep within the passage. I leaned closer, straining to understand. For a moment, it almost sounded like my name. I withdrew quickly, heart pounding. This was madness. I needed to call someone, not a neighbor this time, but authorities. Whatever this was, it wasn't normal. As I turned to retrieve my phone, my foot slipped in one of the puddles. I fell forward, hands outstretched to break my fall. My fingers touched the cold bricks of the tunnel entrance. Immediately, I felt a vibration run through them, a tremor that seemed to travel up my arms and into my chest. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I pulled my hands away and scrambled backward across the grass. The vibration lingered in my bones, a resonance that felt somehow familiar, as if I'd felt it before in a forgotten dream. Back at the garden chair, I grabbed my phone to call for help. The screen showed that it was still recording, but when I stopped and played back the footage, my stomach dropped. The video showed me kneeling on empty lawn, touching nothing, talking to air. The tunnel, so solid and real to my senses, was completely absent from the recording. I sat heavily on the chair, phone clutched in my trembling hand. Was I losing my mind? The tunnel was there, I could see it, feel it, hear the whispers emanating from its depths. Yet my camera saw nothing. I decided to document everything in writing. I created a detailed journal entry on my phone, describing the tunnel, the rusty water, the whispers, everything I had experienced. As I typed, I glanced up periodically to confirm the tunnel was still there. Each time it remained dark and inviting and impossible. After finishing my notes, I made a decision. If no one else could see the tunnel, if no camera could capture it, then this was something meant for me alone. Instead of fighting this reality, I would embrace it. I would discover what lay beyond that curve. I returned to my house and gathered supplies, a better flashlight, a bottle of water, a small first aid kit. I changed into sturdy shoes and clothes that could get dirty. If I was having a complete psychological break, at least I was being practical about it. Back in the yard, the tunnel entrance seemed to have widened even further, as if responding to my decision. The whispers had changed too, becoming almost melodic, less unsettling than before. I approached the entrance one final time and knelt at its edge. The bricks felt more solid than anything else in my world at that moment. I took a deep breath of the damp, metallic air and shone my light into the darkness ahead. The beam caught something that hadn't been there before, a reflection, perhaps, or a shimmer of movement just beyond the curve, something waiting. I felt no fear now, only a strange sense of recognition, as if I was approaching a long-forgotten meeting. I placed one hand on the brick wall to steady myself and began to crawl forward into the tunnel. The bricks were cool and slick beneath my palms. The whispers surrounded me now, coming from the very walls themselves. They spoke my name clearly, welcomed me, guided me forward. As I rounded the curve, my flashlight illuminated what waited beyond. In that moment, I understood. This tunnel hadn't appeared in my yard overnight. I had been moving toward it my entire life. What I found there changed everything. But that's not something I can explain to those who haven't found their own tunnels yet. We all have one waiting for us somewhere. You might not see mine, just as I cannot see yours. But it's there, calling to you in whispers only you can hear. And when you finally enter it, you'll understand too. My tunnel remains in the backyard, visible only to me. Sometimes it's wider, sometimes narrower. The rusty water comes and goes, but the whispers are constant now, a comforting presence in my daily life. I visit often, venturing deeper each time, mapping a geography that exists just for me. I know how this sounds, but I've stopped caring what others might think. Reality, I've discovered, is more personal than any of us want to admit. My tunnel is as real as anything else in this world, perhaps more so because it's mine alone. And if someday you wake to find something impossible in your backyard, something that calls to you in whispers only you can hear, remember my story. Don't be afraid. Some doors are meant only for certain eyes, some paths for certain feet. Your tunnel is waiting. When you find it, I hope you have the courage to crawl inside. Story 9. I saw him while walking home. A man standing at the far end of the street wearing my clothes, my jacket, my shoes. The air smelled of damp pavement and something sharp like rusted metal. My pulse quickened. As I took a step forward, so did he. I lifted my hand and he copied me. But as I stepped beneath the streetlight, my breath hitched. He wasn't copying me anymore. He was smiling. Something cold settled in my stomach as I watched him. This wasn't right. The neighborhood was quiet, empty of any other souls, leaving just me and him beneath the pale glow of scattered streetlights. I blinked hard, expecting him to vanish, a trick of tired eyes, but when I opened them, he remained. I turned away, walking briskly in the opposite direction. The sound of my footsteps echoed back at me, but with a slight delay, as if someone else's feet were landing just after mine. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was following me, still smiling, still wearing my face. My heart hammered against my ribs as I quickened my pace. The rational part of my brain scrambled for explanations. A twin I never knew existed, a hallucination from stress, but deep down I knew better. This was something else entirely. I ducked down a narrow alley, pressing my back against rough brick. The cold seeped through my jacket, grounding me momentarily in reality. I pulled out my phone with trembling fingers and switched to the camera. If this was real, I needed proof. Holding the device at arm's length, I snapped a selfie, then immediately checked the image. My breath caught. Behind me, partially obscured by shadow, stood my doppelganger, but in the photo, his face was blurred as if caught in motion despite his stillness. My phone vibrated in my hand, the screen flickering with static before displaying an incoming call. No number, no name, just a blank notification. The speaker emitted a soft, rhythmic sound breathing, not mine, but identical to how mine would sound. I rejected the call and shoved the phone back into my pocket. This was happening. This was real. Making my way home became an exercise in hyper-awareness. Every reflection in a storefront window showed him walking behind me, sometimes closer, sometimes farther, but always there. The wind carried whispers that sounded like my own voice, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. When I finally reached my apartment building, I sprinted up the stairs, fumbling with my keys. Once inside, I locked the door, sliding the deadbolt into place with a satisfying click. My apartment welcomed me with familiar silence, everything exactly as I'd left it. I exhaled slowly, allowing my shoulders to release their tension. Perhaps I'd imagined the whole encounter. Sleep deprivation could do strange things to a person's mind. Then I noticed a faint, metallic scent lingering in the air, the same rusty smell from the street. Moving cautiously through my apartment, I checked each room, finding nothing out of place. In the bathroom, I splashed cold water on my face, then gripped the edges of the sink, staring at my reflection. Dark circles underlined my eyes, but otherwise I looked normal. I looked like me. I pressed my palm against the mirror, feeling its cool, solid surface. The reflection did the same, skin meeting skin with only glass between us. Everything seemed normal. Until my reflection blinked when I didn't. I jerked back from the mirror, heart racing. My reflection stayed where it was, hand still pressed against the glass from the other side, eyes locked with mine. Then slowly, its lips curved into that same smile I'd seen on the street. The bathroom light flickered once, twice. In the momentary darkness, I felt something brush against my outstretched hand. When the light stabilized, my reflection was normal again, mimicking my terrified expression perfectly. I backed out of the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind me. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. I needed to document this, to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my grip on reality. Grabbing a notebook from my desk, I began writing down everything that had happened, every detail I could remember. The clothes he wore identical to mine. The way he moved, initially mimicking me, then deviating with that unsettling smile, the phone call, the bathroom mirror. As I wrote, the pen seemed to grow heavier in my hand, the ink flowing darker than it should. The words on the page shifted when I looked away, rearranging themselves into messages I hadn't written. "I've been waiting for you. Let me in. We can switch places." I threw the notebook across the room, watching it hit the wall and fall open to a blank page, the messages gone. Had they ever been there at all? Sleep was out of the question, so I made coffee, strong and bitter. The liquid rippled in the mug without being touched, forming concentric circles that expanded outward from the center. When I raised it to my lips, the coffee tasted of rust and salt. I spent the night with my back against the wall, facing the door, lights blazing in every room. The electricity bill would be astronomical, but darkness had become my enemy. Shadows writhed at the corners of my vision, taking his shape before dissolving when I turned to look at them directly. Morning arrived with pale light filtering through my curtains. I hadn't realized I'd fallen asleep until I jerked awake, my neck stiff from the awkward position. Relief washed over me as sunlight chased away the night's terrors. In daylight, the events seemed distant, almost dreamlike. I showered, careful to avoid looking directly at the mirror. The water pressure fluctuated, alternating between a gentle stream and a forceful spray that stung my skin. When I closed my eyes to rinse my hair, I could have sworn I felt fingers brushing against my scalp. Deciding that fresh air might clear my head, I ventured outside. The neighborhood looked different in daylight, normal, mundane, safe. People walked dogs, collected mail, went about their business. No one paid me any special attention, and no one wore my face. At a small cafe, I ordered breakfast, choosing a seat facing the entrance. The normalcy was comforting, the clatter of dishes, conversations blending into white noise, the aroma of coffee and pastries. Then I noticed my reflection in the mirrored wall behind the counter. It was eating when I wasn't, raising a fork to its mouth while my hands remained folded on the table. No one else seemed to notice. The waitress approached with my order, setting the plate down with a smile. "Anything else I can get for you and your friend?" I looked up, confused. "I'm alone." Her expression shifted subtly, eyes darting to the empty chair across from me. "Of course you are, my mistake." As she walked away, I could have sworn I heard her whisper, "They never notice at first." The food turned to ash in my mouth. Looking down at my plate, I found a message written in syrup, "You can't escape yourself." I left money on the table and hurried out, not waiting for change. Outside, the sun had disappeared behind heavy clouds, the air thick with impending rain. People on the street seemed to watch me as I passed, their eyes following too long, their expressions too knowing. Back in my apartment, I locked the door and drew the curtains. Isolating myself seemed the only solution, at least until I could understand what was happening. I powered up my laptop, intending to research doppelgangers, hallucinations, anything that might explain my experience. The search results were disappointing: myths and legends, fictional accounts, nothing concrete. But as I scrolled, my webcam light blinked on without my prompting. The screen flickered, displaying my face, but not my face as it should be. The me on screen smiled while I frowned, tilted its head while I remained still. Then it spoke, my voice emerging from the speakers. "You've been living my life for so long, you actually believe it's yours." I slammed the laptop shut, breathing heavily. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. My phone rang, displaying my own number as the caller. Against better judgment, I answered. "Who are you?" I demanded. "You know exactly who I am," my voice replied. "I'm you, the real you, and I want my life back." The line went dead. In the silence that followed, I became aware of a subtle shift in my apartment. Nothing had moved, yet everything felt slightly off, as if the dimensions had changed by fractions of an inch. The corners seemed sharper, the shadows deeper. On my living room wall hung a collection of photographs me at graduation, with friends, family, holidays. As I stared at them, the images began to change. My face in each picture blurred, then clarified into someone else. Someone who looked exactly like me, but wasn't me. In one photo, taken at a birthday party years ago, everyone else remained the same, but my face had been replaced with his smiling, his unsettling smile, eyes looking directly at the camera as if he knew I would be seeing this now. I ripped the photos from the wall, but the damage was already done. Doubt had taken root in my mind. If he could replace me in photographs, in reflections, in memories, what else could he replace me in? The walls of my apartment seemed to pulse, contracting and expanding with each breath I took. The air grew thick, difficult to breathe, carrying that same rusty scent that had become the hallmark of his presence. Rain began to fall outside, pattering against the windows. Each droplet sounded like fingernails tapping on glass, seeking entrance. I covered my ears, but the sound persisted, growing louder, more insistent. When night fell again, I found myself standing before the bathroom mirror, drawn there by an impulse I couldn't explain. My reflection waited for me, but this time it didn't mimic my movements. It stood perfectly still, watching me with my own eyes. "What do you want?" I whispered. "To exist," it replied, lips moving in perfect sync with the words. "You've had your turn, now it's mine." The glass of the mirror rippled like disturbed water. My reflection reached out, its hand pushing through the surface, becoming solid, becoming real in my world. Fingers grasped my wrist with surprising strength. "We can make the switch easy," it said, its voice no longer coming from the mirror, but from the hand that now existed on my side of the glass. "Or we can make it hard." I pulled away, but its grip tightened. The mirror's surface bulged outward as it began to step through, one leg already crossing the boundary between its world and mine. In desperation, I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy ceramic soap dish, and smashed it against the mirror. The glass cracked, splintering into a web of fractures. My reflection screamed, its voice distorting as the mirror broke. The hand gripping my wrist dissolved into nothing. For a moment I thought I'd won, but then I looked down at my own hand and saw it turning transparent, becoming insubstantial. In the broken pieces of mirror scattered across the floor, 100 versions of him stared back at me, each one becoming more solid as I faded. "You can't destroy me without destroying yourself," his voice whispered from everywhere and nowhere. "We're connected now." I fled the bathroom, but every reflective surface in my apartment windows, the television screen, even the polished metal of the kitchen sink showed him, not me. He was claiming every version of myself, erasing me piece by piece. My phone lit up with notifications, messages from friends asking why I was acting strangely, why I'd said things I had no memory of saying. Social media accounts showed posts I hadn't written, photos of places I'd never been, my digital self was already his. The physical world followed suit. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. Doors opened and closed by themselves. The rusty scent grew stronger, clinging to my clothes, my skin, my hair. In a final act of resistance, I covered every reflective surface, turned off every screen, and sat in the darkest corner of my living room. If he needed these portals to reach me, I would deny him access. I would reclaim myself through isolation. Days passed, or perhaps it was only hours. Time lost meaning in the darkness. Eventually, hunger and thirst drove me from my sanctuary. As I fumbled through the kitchen, my hand knocked against a glass, sending it shattering to the floor. Kneeling to clean up the shards, I caught a glimpse of myself reflected in one of the larger pieces. The face looking back at me was tired, haggard, frightened, but it was my face, my real face. Relief washed over me. Perhaps it had all been a delusion, a mental break caused by stress and exhaustion. I gathered the broken glass carefully, disposing of it in the trash. As I turned to wash my hands, I noticed something on my wrist, a mark, like a handprint, exactly where he had grabbed me through the mirror. The skin there was gray, lifeless. I scrubbed at it frantically, but the mark remained. Worse, it seemed to be spreading, the gray discoloration crawling up my arm inch by inch. Where it touched, I lost sensation, as if that part of me was no longer mine to control. In the kitchen window, darkened by night, I saw my reflection again. But now half of the face that looked back was mine and half was his. The dividing line ran vertically, splitting us down the middle. As I watched, the line shifted slightly, his side expanding, claiming more territory. I've been writing this account since then, documenting everything while I still can, while I still remember who I am. The gray has spread to my shoulder, my chest. Soon it will reach my heart. In every reflective surface, he watches me, patient, knowing the outcome is inevitable. The smile never leaves his face, my face, as he waits to step fully into my world, into my life. I don't know who will be writing these words by the time they're found. I don't know whose eyes will look out from my face when morning comes, but whoever finds this, remember. If you see someone who looks exactly like you, don't smile back. Story 10. Late one evening, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade nestled on the outskirts of the city. The neon lights blinked erratically, casting fleeting shadows over the silent rows of dusty game machines. A soft, rhythmic hum pulsed from the darkened corners, filling the stillness with a touch of intrigue. The air carried a faint aroma of stale popcorn mingled with traces of forgotten excitement, as if the arcade held onto echoes of laughter and wistful memories. Running my fingers along the smooth, dust-covered surfaces of the game cabinets, I could feel the intricate textures worn into the plastic over years gone by. Each step I took left delicate imprints in the thin carpet of gray powder coating the floor. My breath seemed to blend with the low electrical hum, creating a strangely comforting cadence in the air. In the dim glow, faded artwork adorned the machine's fantastical realms, and characters now mere ghostly impressions. Some screens flickered faintly, casting fragmented images that danced like elusive dreams. One game in particular drew me in, an ancient racing simulator with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that shifted ever so slightly on its own. The temperature noticeably dropped as I ventured deeper into the arcade, the hum growing more melodic, akin to a distant choir singing in harmony. I found myself swaying gently to the hypnotic pulse, my footsteps falling in sync with the mysterious rhythm. The atmosphere buzzed with possibility. as if the boundary between reality and imagination blurred within this forgotten haven. A narrow corridor led me to what appeared to be the maintenance area, its walls adorned with vintage game posters advertising long-forgotten titles. Each step I took elicited whispers from the aged floorboards, adding their voice to the arcade's enigmatic symphony. The hum seemed to react to my presence, shifting in tone and intensity with my every move. At the corridor's end stood an old wooden door, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuit patterns. The brass handle felt oddly warm as I turned it, the hum swelling to fill my senses. Beyond the door awaited a small room bathed in a gentle blue light. Motherboards lined the walls, their LEDs blinking in cryptic patterns. At the room's center sat an ancient computer terminal, its screen alive with scrolling text, a fusion of game code and something deeper, more profound. The hum emanated from the machine, sending waves that made dust particles dance like celestial bodies in the air. I settled into the worn operator's chair, captivated by the mesmerizing display. The text began to form patterns almost coherent, akin to trying to grasp a fading dream. My fingers hovered over the aged keyboard, and instinctively I began to type. The hum synchronized with my keystrokes, weaving a duet of human and machine. Time lost its grasp within that chamber. The blue light seemed to seep into my very being, the hum resonating in my very bones. I transcribed what felt like ancient sagas, unrealized game worlds, and forgotten dreams. In response, the machine spun its own tales, narrated in fragments of code and bursts of static that somehow made perfect sense. When I rose from the chair, my limbs felt stiff, the passage of time a mystery. The hum had melded seamlessly with my essence, noticeable only through subtle shifts and variations. The arcade no longer seemed forsaken, but anticipatory. The game cabinet stood sentinel, their screens teasing glimpses of uncharted realms waiting to materialize. Tracing my path back through the arcade, I brushed my fingertips against the machines. Each one hummed softly in response, as if adding its voice to the eternal symphony. The racing game's wheel remained motionless, yet the screen depicted a road stretching infinitely, bathed in a digital dawn. Pausing at the exit, I cast one final glance back. The neon lights ceased their sporadic flickering, casting a warm, steady glow. The arcade's hum had transformed into a soothing purr, akin to a slumbering electronic beast content in its dreams. A realization dawned upon me I would return, beckoned by the melodic silence and the promise of untold stories awaiting discovery amid the realm between games. Stepping outside, the hum lingered, a subtle vibration in my chest, a reminder of the night's enigmatic serenade. Even now, in the quiet pre-dawn hours, I sense its call, the harmonious blend of memory and mystery, forever resonating within the abandoned arcade's embrace. Story 11, on a midnight journey homeward, the nearly vacant subway car bore an unusual weight. In the distant corner, a lone figure sat in silence, its gaze fixed upon me as the train rumbled through shadowed tunnels. The air hung heavy with the blend of sweat and stagnant breath, and a disquieting sensation of being observed settled upon me. The gentle swaying of the car and the rhythmic clatter of wheels against tracks wove a mesmerizing melody that would typically lull me into slumber. Yet this night was different. My focus kept veering back to the stranger, whose presence seemed to warp the very essence of the surroundings. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered intermittently, casting eerie shadows that danced along the scuffed metal walls. I observed something peculiar about my companion. Their outline seemed slightly hazy, as if seen through a rain-smeared window. With each blink or shift of my gaze, their contours briefly sharpened before softening once more. The effect was subtle enough to attribute to weary eyes, if not for the events that followed. The stranger lifted a hand in what resembled a greeting, leaving lingering traces in the air, akin to sparklers painting light trails in the night sky. Each motion created ripples in the space around them, warping the advertisements on the walls behind. The temperature in the car plummeted, and a shiver crept up my arms. Time felt malleable, expanding and contracting with each breath. The intervals between stops elongated. The darkness beyond the windows grew more profound and absolute. The usual ambient noises of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical creaks, the distant echoes all faded into a velvety hush, leaving only the heartbeat rhythm of wheels on rails. I scrutinized their attire, a blend of modernity and antiquity. A coat that could have graced a figure yesterday or a century prior, shoes that seemed to shift styles when not under direct observation. Their countenance remained shrouded in shadow despite the overhead light, as if darkness itself gravitated towards them. The stranger began to hum, the melody not audible to my ears but resonating within my chest, a haunting tune evoking childhood lullabies and forgotten dreams. My eyelids grew heavy, yet I resisted their pull, ensnared between comfort and disquiet. Minor details in the subway car subtly altered. Advertisements displayed different images when glanced askance. The metal poles appeared to bend at impossible angles before snapping back to normal upon focus. The windows reflected scenes impossible to exist: gardens, libraries, distant constellations. The stranger rose gracefully, moving as fluidly as water in weightlessness. Advancing towards me, I noticed their feet hovering slightly above the floor. The air around them shimmered with an opaline sheen, akin to heat waves rising from sun-scorched pavement. Their aura exuded an ancient wisdom and boundless patience. Seating themselves opposite me, I briefly glimpsed their face, kind and age-old, familiar yet impossible to commit to memory. Their voice, when it came, was like wind through autumn foliage. "You perceive beyond most," they intoned, though their lips remained still. "It is rare to encounter one still awake at this hour of reality." I yearned to reply, to voice the myriad inquiries swirling within, yet found myself enveloped in a profound serenity. The train's gentle sway became a cradle, and the darkness beyond the windows morphed into a tender embrace. The stranger's presence no longer felt menacing, but akin to reuniting with a long-lost friend whose name lingered just beyond reach. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself solitary in the subway car. The fluorescent lights hummed with their usual harshness, and the advertisements touted their typical wares. Air had reverted to its customary temperature, and the subway's familiar sounds resumed their melodic chorus. Yet a change had transpired. In the window's reflection, I noted a subtle iridescence clinging to my garments, akin to dewdrops on a spider's web. And within my pocket, I discovered a ticket stub of unknown origin, inscribed with characters from an unfamiliar alphabet that I comprehended effortlessly. Henceforth, during late-night subway rides, I pay heed to my fellow passengers. Occasionally, when the light strikes just so, I catch glimpses of blurred outlines and trailing remnants. And on rare occasions, a distant hum resonates not in my ears, but within my very being, a reminder that reality is far more fluid than conceived, particularly within the liminal spaces betwixt here and there, between consciousness and slumber. Story 12. Ascending a set of decaying stone steps in a hidden courtyard, my eyes caught sight of a strange symbol deeply etched into the weathered surface. The symbol faintly glowed under the dappled light, and the musty scent of aged stone mixed with my growing intrigue. I halted, entranced by the enigmatic carving, as if it held the key to a long-lost secret buried beneath the layers of time. This symbol was like nothing I had ever seen: intricate swirls interwoven with sharp lines that seemed to subtly shift when gazed upon from different perspectives. Kneeling down to inspect it closer, the smooth stone surprisingly felt warm beneath my touch, despite the cool autumn breeze enveloping me. A soft breeze rustled through the nearby trees, carrying the fragrant blend of blooming flowers and fading leaves. Every evening I found myself drawn back to those steps, observing how the fading sunlight danced across the aged surface, causing the symbol to almost pulse with a gentle inner glow. The more I delved into its intricacies, the more peculiar details of the courtyard revealed themselves to me. The ivy creeping along the surrounding walls seemed to avoid the area around the marked step, creating a perfect circle of bare stone. On particularly hushed nights, I could almost swear I heard a faint hum emanating from beneath the ground, like a distant melody played on crystal glasses. During one of my visits, I brought along my sketchbook to capture the symbol. As I sketched its lines on paper, my hand moved with an eerie certainty, as if guided by an unseen hand. The resulting drawing unveiled details I hadn't consciously noticed before, tiny markings surrounding the main symbol that formed what seemed to be words in an unfamiliar script. Strangely, when I returned the next day to verify these details, the additional markings appeared to have shifted slightly, akin to constellations slowly rotating in the night sky. As the autumn days grew shorter, I began timing my visits to align with sunset. The golden hour cast elongated shadows across the courtyard, and in that mystical light I made a remarkable discovery. When the sun hit the perfect angle, the symbol cast a shadow stretching across the courtyard, pointing towards a small alcove previously unnoticed by me. Within this shadowed nook, barely visible, lay a collection of similar symbols, each distinct yet somehow connected to the first. With winter's approach bringing early evenings and frosty air, I noticed how the symbol seemed to repel the ice that blanketed the surrounding stone. While the rest of the steps were coated in a delicate white each morning, the marked area remained clear, as if warmed from within. On particularly chilly nights, a faint mist would rise from the symbol, forming shapes that almost resembled letters before dissipating into the wintry atmosphere. I began to dream of the symbol, envisioning it transforming in my slumber into doorways and pathways leading to places I couldn't quite recall upon waking. These dreams left me with a deep sense of tranquility, despite their enigmatic nature. In my waking hours, I found myself humming an unfamiliar melody somehow linked to the symbol, a soothing, rolling tune evoking the sound of distant waves and wind through ancient trees. One evening, as I sat on the steps watching the daylight fade from the sky, an elderly woman appeared in the courtyard. She moved with a serene grace, her silver hair capturing the remaining light like spun moonbeams. Without a word, she settled beside me and traced the symbol with a weathered finger. The humming I had often heard grew slightly louder, and for an instant the air shimmered with innumerable points of light resembling stars brought down to earth. When I turned to inquire about the symbol, she had vanished as silently as she arrived. Yet I felt no fear or astonishment at her mysterious departure, only a profound connection to something vast and ancient. In her absence, she left behind a small, smooth stone that fit snugly in my hand. Holding it up to the fading light, I could discern a miniature version of the symbol etched into its surface. Now I continue my daily visits to the steps, carrying the stone in my pocket like a charm. The mystery of the symbol remains unsolved, but I've come to realize that some secrets are meant to be felt rather than understood, experienced rather than explained. The mark on the weathered steps has become a gateway to contemplation, a gentle reminder that even in the most familiar of places, magic and mystery lurk just beneath the surface, awaiting those who pause long enough to notice. Sometimes, in the tranquil moments between day and night, I imagine catching the old woman's voice carried on the evening breeze, humming that strange, beautiful melody. Though I may never fully grasp the significance of the symbol or its purpose, I've discovered a peculiar peace in its presence, a soft reminder that not all mysteries need solving to be cherished. Story 13. In the dim confines of a grand library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove nestled behind towering shelves of ancient texts. A soft light seeped through a weathered window, illuminating dusty volumes and relics that murmured tales of forgotten wisdom. The air was heavy with the scent of leather bindings and yellowed pages, enveloping me in a sense of uncovering a clandestine haven meant only for the most inquisitive of spirits. As the night watchman of the library, I had grown accustomed to the gentle rhythms of the nocturnal world within its walls, the soft creaking of wooden shelves, the whisper of wind through aged ventilation shafts, and the distant ticking of the grand hall clock. But this hidden nook felt different, as if it dwelled in its own timeless realm, untouched by the bustling modernity beyond the library's ancient facades. Drawn to this secluded space during my nightly patrols, I observed how the moonlight painted intricate patterns through a leaded glass window. The shadows danced upon the worn wooden floor, shaping cryptic symbols reminiscent of long-forgotten languages. In moments of profound stillness, I fancied hearing the faint rustle of pages turning, though always finding myself alone in this secluded sanctuary. One fateful night, while studying the books lining the alcove walls, I discerned a peculiar arrangement among them. The aged leather spines, bearing the marks of centuries' caresses, seemed to form a deliberate design when viewed from certain angles. The heights, colors, and positions of the tomes hinted at a hidden order, a purposeful arrangement that transcended mere chance. I devoted hours to studying these enigmatic books, noting how the moonlight interacted with them as the night progressed. Gilt lettering caught the beam of my flashlight, revealing snippets of text in unfamiliar tongues that seemed to shift and morph with the passing hours. The air in the alcove grew dense with the weight of untold stories, each whispering of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. In my exploration, I stumbled upon a singular volume, its pages warm to the touch as if recently held by another. Though seemingly blank, faint traces of elusive writing appeared under the midnight light, elusive and ever-changing like fleeting dreams upon waking. The chimes of the grand clock punctuated the night as I delved deeper into the enigma of the hidden nook. Subtle alterations began to manifest, books subtly shifting between visits, the window framing improbable views of the night sky, and an unshakable feeling of a presence just beyond my sight. My fellow guards noted a transformation in me, as I spoke of the library's history with an intimacy that hinted at centuries of acquaintance. Ancient languages found clarity in my mind, and dreams unfolded vast halls of knowledge extending beyond mortal comprehension. The pinnacle of revelation arrived on a winter's night, under a full moon of crystalline clarity. Seated in my customary spot, a book tumbled from its shelf, unfurling a detailed account of a clandestine society of librarians who had mastered the art of encoding knowledge not just in words, but in the very essence of space itself. They had crafted places akin to my alcove sanctuaries where the boundaries between reader and text blurred, where past and present intertwined seamlessly. In that moment, I recognized that I had become a part of a legacy far beyond my singular existence. The Nook had chosen me, as it had chosen others before, beckoning me into a lineage spanning centuries. The whispers that echoed were not merely the sounds of an aging edifice, but the voices of countless seekers who had sat in that very spot, contributing their insights to the collective wisdom enshrined within those hallowed walls. Now, as I pen this chronicle by the warm glow of my flashlight, I acknowledge that the true nature of the Nook may forever elude my grasp. Its mysteries unfurl at their own pace, like hidden verses materializing on blank parchment. Yet I find solace in the knowledge that within this ancient library lies a realm where reality bends, where knowledge flows ceaselessly, and where the simple act of reading transcends the confines of time and space. I continue my nightly vigil, overseeing both the library and its veiled marvels. The nook lingers in patient anticipation, awaiting the next intrepid soul to chance upon its threshold. And on rare nights when the moon shines just so and the silence deepens, I swear I can discern the soft rustle of pages turning, as if unseen companions join me in our shared reverence for the eternal enchantment of words and the enigmas they enshrine. Story 14. In the dead of night, cruising down a deserted highway, my eyes caught sight of an ancient radio tower outlined against the moon's silver glow. Passing by, the car radio sputtered with static, pierced by a faint, rhythmic signal carrying a cryptic pulse. The chilly night breeze, laced with the scent of metal and far-off storms, whispered of secrets whispered from the tower's past. Intrigued beyond reason, I veered to the roadside, lured by an inexplicable pull. The hum of my car's engine dwindled to silence as I switched off the ignition, leaving only the gentle rustle of wind through the tall grass and the persistent, rhythmic crackle from my radio. The signal grew clearer, a dance of elongated and brief bursts akin to Morse code, yet somehow distinct. The tower loomed like a silent guardian against the deep indigo sky, its warning lights extinguished long ago. Rust had etched intricate patterns into its metallic skin, almost purposeful in their design. Watching as clouds meandered across the moon, casting fluid shadows that made the structure seem to sway, a sense of familiarity crept in with the signal's rhythm, akin to a half-remembered lullaby. I shut my eyes, surrendering to the sound, struggling to place where I had encountered it previously. The static ebbed and flowed like gentle tides, carrying murmurs of almost discernible words just beyond reach. Reaching for my phone to capture the mysterious broadcast, I found it unresponsive, the screen blank despite a full charge. The air thickened with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere held its breath. A light mist materialized, enveloping the tower's base like a soft shroud. Enthralled by the cadence of the signal, foreign memories surfaced, not entirely my own. Scenes of individuals toiling in a control room flickered before me, their faces bathed in the warm glow of analog machinery. Urgent conversations filled the air, discussions of something vital, something worth safeguarding. The vision felt tangible, the aroma of coffee and the whir of magnetic tape reels vivid in my senses. The mist grew denser, veiling the tower in a ghostly silhouette as the signal's pattern shifted imperceptibly, allowing me to grasp fragments of its message. Numbers, dates, scientific data, and coordinates floated through my mind, a puzzle meticulously encoded into the endless transmission, awaiting comprehension. Time lost significance as I lingered, ensconced in the cocoon of sound and mist. The temperature dipped, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter, yet departure remained inconceivable. Each burst of static felt like a puzzle piece, a conundrum awaiting resolution after decades of dormancy. A soft glow emanated from the tower's base, syncopated with the radio signal, casting a warm, amber light that pirouetted through the mist. Mesmerizing patterns unfolded, mirroring the cadence of my breath. Heavy-lidded, I succumbed to the hypnotic display. The signal's melody metamorphosed into a musical hum, akin to a lullaby. I realized that the memories I had glimpsed were not random recollections, but deliberate transmissions, sealed within the eternal loop of silence and static. As dawn crept nearer, the mist dissipated and the signal waned. The tower stood mute once more, its enigmas shrouded in rust and time. My phone suddenly reawakened, displaying missed calls from concerned kin. The first light of day painted the sky in gentle hues, casting a dreamlike veil over the night's events. I restarted the car, rejoining the deserted highway, yet a change had taken root. The signal's rhythm lingered, humming beneath the surface of my thoughts. I knew I would return to this place, unraveling more of its enigma. Certain frequencies, once attuned to, embed themselves within us, becoming a clandestine wavelength linking us to something grander than ourselves. Even now, on tranquil nights when the breeze whispers just so, fragments of that signal surface in the static between radio stations. They serve as a reminder that mysteries still thrive in this world, concealed in plain view, awaiting a listener. The tower stands as a monument to those who came before, their message encrypted in ceaseless waves of static, patiently waiting for the right interpreter to unveil its significance. Story 15. In a dim-lit afternoon, a mysterious envelope appeared amidst my daily mail. Its contents, a yellowed paper with handwritten words, evoked memories unknown to me. A faint fragrance of aged ink and lavender permeated the room, prompting me to question the very essence of my past. The paper, fragile in my grasp, bore soft, time-worn edges. Raindrops tapped gently against the window, creating a calming cadence that synchronized with my heartbeat. The warm amber glow of my reading lamp enveloped the letter, causing the elegant script to dance before my eyes. My dearest friend, the letter commenced, I write to remind you of the summer house where we shared precious days. Strangely, I had no recollection of such a place, yet as I read, I could almost feel the sun's warmth on my skin and hear the distant melody of waves caressing a shore. The crackling fireplace beside me provided a soothing backdrop as I delved deeper into the letter's contents. Each word acted as a key, unlocking memories that felt simultaneously foreign and intimately known. I could almost taste the salt in the air, sense the smooth wooden floor beneath my feet, and hear the whisper of cotton curtains in a gentle breeze. The letter painted vivid scenes of afternoon teas in delicate china cups adorned with blue flowers, of hushed conversations amidst ever-blooming roses in a garden, and of a mysterious locked room on the third floor. With each description, the memories swelled, becoming more tangible, yet I was certain I had never lived these moments. My cat nestled in my lap, purring softly, grounding me in the present as I turned to the next page, allowing my mind to wander through these phantom recollections. The handwriting remained steady and graceful, recounting events that felt as real as the chair I sat in. Strolls through misty gardens at dawn, shadows dancing by candlelight, and the echo of piano music in empty rooms. The wooden floors of my home creaked softly, echoing the sounds mentioned in the letter, the midnight sighs of the summer house's ancient boards. The scent of lavender intensified, enveloping the room, carrying the weight of memories not entirely my own. Or were they? The letter hinted at shared secrets, unspoken bonds, and promises exchanged in whispers. It spoke of a locket I supposedly wore always, housing a photograph of two unknown women before a grand estate. My hand instinctively reached for my neck, finding only bare skin, yet the phantom weight of that locket lingered as if it had always been there. Outside, the rain whispered words I strained to hear. The letter recounted rainy days spent in the library of the summer house, surrounded by books with shifting titles. I recalled the fragrance of those books, a memory impossible for me to possess. As I approached the final page, the ink appeared to fade, as if the words themselves were morphing into memories. The writer described a pivotal choice we had made, a decision that would reshape reality. They detailed a midnight ritual in the garden under a moon casting shadows askew. The letter's closing words resonated as both conclusion and commencement. Remember, dear friend, that memories are more fluid than we realize. Our understanding of self is but the tale we've chosen to embrace. This letter may prompt you to adopt a new narrative, or perhaps it will rekindle the one you chose to forget. Signed with an elusive initial, the letter was gently folded along its creases, and I glimpsed a reflection in the window. For an instant in the lamplight, a familiar yet unknown face stared back at me. The rain subsided, the scent of lavender faded. I tenderly returned the letter to its envelope, acknowledging that my memories, whether genuine or fabricated, chosen or bestowed, would forever be altered. Drifting into slumber in my cherished armchair, the distant serenade of waves and piano music lingered, and the phantom weight of a non-existent locket rested against my skin. Story 16. Amid a sudden deluge on an otherwise unremarkable night, I sought refuge under an awning to evade the rain. The droplets drummed a rhythmic beat on the pavement, but amidst the downpour, a soft, urgent whisper reached my ears, carried by the storm. The cool, damp air carried the essence of fresh rain and distant thunder. While the whispered message hinted at enigmatic truths the storm was eager to unveil. Entranced by the serene symphony of raindrops on the canvas above me, I heard the whisper once more, clearer this time, as if a voice spoke just behind my shoulder. Turning, I found only emptiness and the encroaching darkness of twilight. Street lamps flickered to life, their gentle glow casting halos in the misty air. The voice beckoned me forward, guiding me into a narrow alley flanked by weathered brick buildings. While normally I would dismiss such a pull as folly, this night felt different. The whisper bore no ill intent, only a gentle insistence reminiscent of my grandmother's bedtime stories. Stepping cautiously into the alley, the rain eased into a gentle mist. The warm touch of the brick walls, despite the evening's chill, suggested they held the sun's warmth from centuries past, slowly releasing it into the night. My footsteps created soft splashes in shallow puddles, casting mesmerizing patterns of light. The alley opened into a secluded courtyard, shielded from the outside world by surrounding structures. At its center stood an ancient fountain, its stone weathered smooth by time. Water cascaded from its spout, harmonizing with the rain to produce a tranquil melody. The whisper now seemed to radiate from the fountain itself, growing stronger as I drew near. Clusters of small blue flowers encircled the fountain's base, their petals emitting an ethereal light pulsating in time with the falling water. These flowers, both ancient and freshly bloomed, existed in a realm between moments. Kneeling by the fountain, a sense of familiarity washed over me. Faint markings adorned the stone, resembling inscriptions in an unknown language. As my fingers traced the symbols, they shifted and morphed like words in water. The whisper evolved into coherent words, speaking of memories, promises, and cyclical time akin to the fountain's spiraling waters. It recounted the tales of past visitors drawn to this place on rainy nights. Within the fountain's pool, reflections materialized glimpses of bygone eras, lives, and fleeting moments of others who had stood in my place. These reflections ebbed like dreams upon waking, leaving a trace of their essence behind. The blue flowers continued their gentle pulsing, casting dancing shadows on the courtyard walls. Time meandered languidly here, akin to honey trickling from a spoon slow and sweet. No sense of urgency or fear pervaded this hidden space, the whispers now a comforting lullaby, half remembered from childhood. As I lingered by the fountain, the rain persisted in a gentle cascade, veiling the courtyard from the outside world. Secrets whispered in my ear, destined to be partially forgotten yet always residing in the depths of my dreams. Rising to depart, I noticed a lone blue flower had detached, floating into my open palm. Its glow had waned to match the natural world, yet retained its beauty. The whispers faded as I retraced my steps through the alley, though their warmth lingered like an embrace. Emerging onto the street, the rain had ceased, leaving the air heavy with moisture. The familiar glow of street lamps illuminated the wet pavement, life returning to its usual cadence. But within me a change had transpired, an imprint of the gentle mystery from the hidden courtyard. On rainy evenings since, a faint echo of those whispers lingers on the breeze. The blue flower rests on my windowsill, its appearance unassuming to others. Yet in the silent depths of night, it pulses with a soft light, a reminder of promises whispered in the rain, of enigmas just beyond our grasp, patiently awaiting discovery by those attuned to the storm's whispers. Story 17. On a moonlit night deep within the heart of the forest, I chanced upon an ancient campsite nearly swallowed by nature's embrace. The towering pines swayed softly, their needles whispering like forgotten voices sharing untold tales. The crisp air, rich with the aroma of cedar and damp earth, carried a hushed promise of hidden enigmas veiled beneath the layers of time. As I wandered towards the clearing, my footfalls softened by a carpet of fallen pine needles, I spied the remnants of what once must have been a gathering spot. Encircling an aged fire pit, weathered logs bore witness to years gone by, now adorned with delicate mushrooms aglow in the moon's gentle light. Their faint luminescence pulsed subtly, akin to a gentle breath in the night. Standing at the edge of the clearing, the skeletal frame of an ancient cabin loomed, its timber walls weathered silver by countless seasons. Moonbeams filtered through gaps in the roof, casting intricate patterns on the floor that seemed to shift and waver in my peripheral vision. The slightly ajar door swayed softly in the nocturnal breeze, its rhythmic movement blending harmoniously with the rustling whispers of the pines. Inside, time had woven its own narrative. Dust motes pirouetted in the moon's beams, and the wooden floorboards groaned beneath my cautious steps, as though sharing memories of ages long past. A stone hearth dominated one wall, its chimney reaching skyward like a silent sentinel. Within its cold confines, dried leaves had gathered, forming abstract shapes reminiscent of an unknown script. Upon a small table by the window, an aged journal lay, its pages rippled with moisture, yet miraculously intact. The warm touch of its leather cover belied the cool night air. Opening it gently, the spine whispered softly, revealing elegant script recounting tales of ethereal lights amidst the trees and melodies carried on the wind, fading from memory once heard. Each night, the journal's author penned, the pines would commence their murmured dialogues as dusk settled. They spoke of wanderers passing through, of shifts in the forest, and of entities moving in the twilight spaces. The writer detailed how the mushrooms within the fire pit would radiate a brighter glow on certain evenings, their light pulsing in synchrony with distant melodies hovering just beyond audibility. Reading further, I sensed a subtle shift in the ambience. The moonlight took on a silvery hue, shadows deepening in their intensity. The pines' whispers grew clearer, though their meanings remained elusive. I found myself swaying gently, as if moved by an unseen zephyr, my breath falling into cadence with a hidden rhythm in the air. The journal spoke of a peculiar occurrence. On nights of the fullest moon, such as this one, the old fire pit would at times mirror the heavens above, transforming into a pool of liquid shadow despite its dry surface. Compelled to verify this enigmatic claim, I stepped outside leisurely, the journal cradled in my hands. The clearing had metamorphosed, though the change eluded precise description. The logs formed patterns previously unseen, and the mushroom's glow had intensified imperceptibly. Approaching the fire pit, I beheld the journal's account affirmed the ancient ashes now bore a liquid sheen, mirroring the moon and stars with startling clarity. Yet within that reflection, I discerned an anomaly that halted my breath and drew me closer. Amidst the mirrored constellations, lights divergent from the night sky danced with graceful intent, as if choreographed to a melody beyond mortal ears. The longer I gazed, the more I felt on the cusp of deciphering the pine's whispers, of grasping the essence behind their age-old colloquies. Seating myself upon a log, the journal spread open in my lap, I began transcribing my own observations. Night deepened, time flowing differently in this ethereal realm. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, indistinct. Was I watching the fire pit's lights, or were they watching me? Were the pines divulging their secrets, or merely permitting me to eavesdrop on their eternal dialogues? As dawn approached, a gentle mist enveloping the tree trunks like liquid silk, I penned a final entry in the journal. I chronicled the gradual dimming of the mushroom's glow, imperceptible in its fading, the soft whispers evolving into the mundane sounds of morning, and the fire pit's mirrored surface reverting to mundane ashes at the onset of daylight. Placing the journal reverently on its table within the cabin, I acknowledged that despite my meticulous notes, the true nature of my experience would forever elude precise comprehension. The pines continued their murmurs, now of commonplace matters, wind and weather, light and shadow. Yet at times, when I shut my eyes, I still sense the nocturnal rhythm, still feel the alluring tug of enigma's content to linger just beyond full revelation. Story 18. In the hushed stillness of midnight, while nestled in my bed, a stray echo reached my ears, a voice at once familiar and achingly distant. The gentle hum of the air conditioner and the soft rustle of leaves outside intertwined into a spectral harmony, stirring up memories of a presence I had believed long vanished. That night my bedroom seemed transformed. Moonlight spilled through the window, casting silver patterns on the walls that appeared to breathe with a subtle rhythm. The air carried a peculiar weight, akin to the pregnant pause before a rainfall, where everything holds its breath in anticipation. Shadows deepened in the corners, pooling together as if conspiring in whispered secrets among themselves. The voice returned, a whisper on the edge of perception, reminiscent of wind chimes in a gentle breeze, melodic yet tinged with a profound sense of sadness. I rose slowly, the blanket slipping off with a faint whisper of fabric against fabric. The cool, solid wooden floor beneath my feet grounded me in reality as my thoughts wandered into the realm of the inexplicable. Moving through my home at night had always been a familiar ritual of muscle memory and cautious steps. But on this night, each room exuded an unfamiliar aura. The hallway stretched out before me, its walls seeming to absorb rather than reflect the dim light. Family photos lined the passage, their familiar faces appearing more distant than ever behind their glass frames. The voice beckoned me towards my study, where rows of books adorned the walls, their spines forming a tapestry of muted colors in the darkness. My favorite reading chair sat empty, yet a sense of expectancy lingered in the air, as if someone had just vacated the seat. The leather retained a hint of warmth, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast a soft amber glow that pulsed ever so subtly with each ghostly whisper. Something peculiar caught my eye among my collection of vinyl records, a single album slightly apart from the rest, its sleeve bearing the marks of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had touched it, yet there it sat like a patient messenger awaiting attention. The dust cover of the record player was lifted, though I was certain I had closed it the night before. As if guided by unseen hands, I removed the record from its sleeve. The vinyl gleamed under the lamp's light, creating mesmerizing concentric circles that spiraled towards the center, beckoning me. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its groove without my intervention, and music filled the room, not the expected symphony, but the gentle patter of rain on a tin roof, mingling with distant piano notes that seemed to echo from the depths of memory itself. The voice intertwined with these sounds, more defined now, uttering words that felt like fragmented echoes of a conversation from a dream. It spoke of summer evenings spent on a porch swing, of promises exchanged under a starlit sky, and of time slipping away like sand through open fingers. My grandmother's antique clock ticked steadily in the corner, each swing of its brass pendulum stretching into what felt like eternity. The voice spoke of her, evoking memories of evenings spent listening to her tales, her hands deftly working on needlework while the same lamp bathed us in its warm glow. Had she known something about this voice? Had she left me a message that I was only now beginning to decipher? The room's temperature subtly shifted, causing currents of air that made the lamp's light dance. Shadows took on varying shades of darkness, revealing intricate patterns that reminded me of the lace doilies my grandmother used to create, patterns imbued with hidden significance. Sinking into my reading chair, its familiar embrace enveloped me as the ethereal voice continued its monologue. Its words fell into a rhythm harmonizing with the pendulum of the clock, weaving a hypnotic tapestry of memory and enigma. My fingertips traced patterns on the worn armrests of the chair, following grooves etched by years of similar gestures. The contents of the bookshelves seemed to shift almost imperceptibly, breathing in sync with the voice's cadence. A particular book caught my eye, a volume of poetry gifted by my grandmother years ago. Its spine shimmered faintly in the lamplight, and I realized the voice was reciting verses that I had once read aloud to her in her final days. Time flowed like thick honey in winter, rich with meaning yet resistant to measurement. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, though its message remained just beyond complete comprehension. It spoke of connections transcending time, of love echoing through generations, of memories dwelling in the spaces between heartbeats. As the gray fingers of dawn crept through the window, the voice began to fade. The record player spun silently, the needle tracing its endless circular path. The lamp's light pulsated one last time, and in that fleeting moment, a profound realization dawned upon me about the essence of memory and loss. Some voices never truly depart. They merely wait for the opportune moment to whisper their truths. When morning bathed the room in light, I found myself still in the reading chair, the record player dormant, the lamp extinguished. No tangible evidence of my nocturnal journey lingered, except for a single book of poetry lying open on the side table, adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether my experience belonged to the realm of dreams or reality paled in comparison to the profound emotion. It stirred a sense of connection to something vast and mysterious, yet intimately known. The voice may have faded with the night, but its echo lingered on, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than explained. In the tranquil moments that ensued, I found solace in the uncertainty, in the space between comprehension and curiosity, where the most exquisite enigmas found their abode. Story 19. Amid a tranquil afternoon stroll through a neglected courtyard, a captivating, spicy scent captured my senses, weaving through the air with a message carried on invisible currents. The aroma, a tantalizing fusion of exotic spices and aged stone, beckoned me closer, stirring a curiosity within me. The courtyard, a hidden oasis enclosed by weathered walls cloaked in ancient ivy, exuded an aura of forgotten tales whispering through the breeze. Autumn's gentle breath rustled fallen leaves over weathered flagstones, creating soft melodies that danced in harmony with the mysterious fragrance. As I ventured deeper into the sanctuary, the air shifted subtly, the spicy scent growing more potent near a weathered wooden door adorned with faded patterns. Memories elusive yet familiar stirred within me, evoking snippets of childhood winters or fragments of dreams just beyond reach. A weathered stone bench, worn by time yet strangely welcoming, beckoned me to rest. As I sat, the enigmatic aroma pulsed like a distant heartbeat, a soothing presence amidst the unknown. Details once overlooked now caught my attention, ancient symbols etched into column bases, ivy that seemed to stir in the absence of wind. Time itself seemed to ebb and flow within the courtyard, shadows stretching at an unfamiliar pace, minutes slipping through my grasp like sand. The spicy scent guided me through an intricate dance, each wave revealing new layers, hints of cinnamon, whispers of cardamom, echoes of something ancient and profound. One twilight, an elderly gardener materialized, tending to foliage in a distant corner. When questioned about the scent, she offered only a cryptic smile, remarking, "Some places remember what we've forgotten." Her words lingered as she vanished behind foliage, leaving me to ponder her enigmatic statement. The mystery deepened as peculiar objects appeared on the bench during my visits: a tarnished key with no lock, an unfamiliar dried flower, a scrap of paper inscribed in an unknown tongue. Each item vanished before my next visit, replaced by another enigma. Weeks turned into months, my daily visits to the courtyard driven by an unrelenting pull. The scent remained a constant companion, evolving subtly with each encounter, a silent guide through the labyrinth of mysteries. As winter approached, the aroma shifted once more, growing elusive yet retaining its enigmatic essence. The courtyard transformed in the chill of the season, yet the mystery lingered, manifesting only at specific moments: dawn, dusk, and those fleeting instances when time hesitated. To this day I return to the courtyard, the spicy fragrance of familiar presence with an unexplained origin. Each visit teases a glimpse of understanding, only to twist into a new enigma, deepening the intrigue. Perhaps some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but to be embraced, savored like precious secrets woven into the fabric of existence. In the quietude of the ancient bench, enveloped in the mysterious scent, I ponder the gardener's words. Perhaps it is not the place that remembers, but the memories themselves seeking communion, yearning to share their stories with a willing listener. Story 20. On a leisurely stroll through a historic neighborhood, I stumbled upon an ancient iron gate adorned with intricate carvings. Despite the erosion of time, the intricate designs seemed to narrate a story of love and loss. The gate exuded a rusty aroma that mingled with the crisp breeze, and as my fingertips grazed the weathered metal, I felt a narrative waiting to be unveiled, a tale engraved in each twist and turn. The evening breeze carried the soft murmur of autumn leaves, while gentle golden light sifted through the canopy above. Standing by the gate, I observed how the dwindling sunbeams accentuated the deeper carvings, casting shadows that danced and shifted. The metal felt cool to the touch, its surface etched with the marks of years gone by. There was an allure to the patterns. Beyond mere decoration, they formed letters in a graceful script I couldn't quite decipher, intertwined with meandering motifs of vines and blossoms. Tracing the elegant curves with my fingertip, a subtle warmth spread through my hand, contrasting the gate's chilly exterior. It was a delicate sensation, akin to touching a sun-warmed stone. Beyond the gate, a pathway meandered into twilight's embrace. Towering trees arched overhead, their branches swaying in the evening zephyr. The air carried a blend of earthy scents, a mixture of fallen leaves and a hint of old roses or lavender, though no blooms adorned the surroundings. Every time I attempted to move away, a new detail captured my attention. A specific spiral in the metalwork led to another, and another, forming an endless sequence that always circled back to a central motif, a heart-shaped emblem nearly erased by time. Within its fading contours, I discerned faint initials and a possible date. As darkness descended, the atmosphere shifted, and the engraving seemed to transform. What once resembled vines now appeared as scripted words in an unfamiliar hand. Lost in the hypnotic patterns, I swayed slightly until the tap of my umbrella against the gate unconsciously held startled me from my trance. The sound reverberated with an unusual resonance, akin to a bell chiming underwater. In that instant, I sensed, more than heard, a response emanating from the depths of the garden beyond. It could have been the wind whispering through the trees, or perhaps something more ethereal. The engravings narrated fragments of a tale, a couple in an embrace here, a flourishing garden there, and later, the same garden in wintry desolation, branches reaching towards an unseen sky. These scenes flowed seamlessly, connected by sweeping lines that embodied time, memory, and yearning. Time seemed to behave differently in this realm. The streetlights flickered on unnoticed, casting a warm glow that illuminated the metal's aged patina. Each beam of light unveiled new elements in the carvings, a hidden bird here, a fallen leaf, their pieces of a larger narrative gradually unfolding before me. The story chronicled the journey of two lovers who once tended the garden beyond. Though their names had faded with time, their legacy endured, immortalized in iron and rust. Together they had cultivated something beautiful, enduring seasons of change, weathering winters, and evolving into an eternal bond. As I stood there, enveloped in the fluidity of time, I realized the gate was more than a mere barrier or entrance. It was a tribute, a declaration of love forged in metal to withstand the ages. The weathered heart at its core symbolized not decay, but resilience. Despite the fading details, the essence persisted, touching each visitor who paused to ponder, to marvel, to feel. In the distance, a church bell tolled, blending with the hushed sigh of the evening breeze. I cast one final gaze at the gate, knowing I would return, acknowledging that it would never reveal itself in quite the same way again. As I turned to depart, my fingers brushed against the heart-shaped emblem for the last time. In that fleeting instant, a gentle warmth pulsed through the metal, reminiscent of a heartbeat preserved in iron, still pulsating through the years. The tale of the gate lingered with me as I journeyed homeward under the dimming twilight. I comprehended then that some stories are not meant to be fully deciphered, they are meant to be felt, to resonate in the realm between knowing and questioning, between seeing and believing. The faded engravings had shared what they chose to share, safeguarding their profound mysteries within their iron embrace. Story 21. On a chilly, misty evening, I sought refuge at a forgotten bus stop nestled on a quiet street. Beneath the dim light of a solitary street lamp, a soft, rhythmic hum began to drift from the shadows around me. The mingled sense of rain-soaked pavement and damp foliage gave the sound a haunting closeness, suggesting a hidden sorrow of the night. The gentle patter of rain on the metal roof created a calming backdrop to my solitude. I settled onto the worn wooden bench, smoothed by years of patient waiting. The weathered schedule board, barely readable beneath layers of time and neglect, whispered tales of long-abandoned routes. My breath formed wispy clouds in the crisp air as I tuned into the mysterious hum growing more distinct. Initially, I thought it might be the wind dancing through the rusted shelter frame, or perhaps the distant murmur of passing cars. Yet there was a deliberate quality to its rhythm, like a murmured dialogue just beyond clear understanding. The sound carried hints of words, fragments of phrases that teased at comprehension. The flicker of the street lamp above me briefly cast shifting shadows that seemed to move with purposeful intent. In that fleeting moment, I noticed something peculiar about the bench beneath me. Intricate patterns, barely visible, had been etched into the wood, only revealed when the light caught them just right. They resembled numbers or maybe dates, etched with meticulous precision by unknown hands. As my fingertips traced these cryptic markings, the hum shifted. It no longer seemed to emanate from the shadows, but from the very fibers of the bench, vibrating through the wood and into my being. The sensation was not unsettling, but oddly comforting, like a lullaby in a foreign tongue. Each number I touched altered the pitch and cadence of the sound ever so subtly. The rain continued its gentle symphony, and I found myself swaying almost imperceptibly to the strange harmony of water and whispers. The air grew heavy with an unexplainable warmth despite the autumn chill, carrying a faint hint of summer blossoms and sun-soaked timber. It was as if the bus stop existed in its own time pocket, where seasons and memories intertwined in a mysterious convergence. I noticed my watch had frozen, its hands suspended at an impossible angle between digits. This realization should have unnerved me, yet it felt like a natural part of this enigmatic encounter. The line between reality and reverie began to blur, as delicate as moth wings brushing against my awareness. The hum evolved into a more structured yet indecipherable pattern, reminiscent of multiple conversations blending in a crowded room, each voice seeming to belong to a single speaker across different epochs. I closed my eyes, allowing the whispers to cascade over me like gentle waves. In this tranquil state, visions materialized in my mind, glimpses of past travelers waiting, each leaving an unseen imprint on this modest shelter. Their stories seemed to seep from the very walls, carried by the enigmatic hum that had enveloped me. An elderly woman with kind eyes clutching a letter to her chest. A young man in an outdated uniform anxiously checking his watch. A child in a yellow raincoat tracing patterns in the fogged glass. Each vision felt as tangible as my own presence, yet as ethereal as morning mist. The glow of the street lamp took on a liquid quality, pooling around my feet in mesmerizing patterns. The carved numbers on the bench began to emit a faint glow, casting delicate designs that danced across my skin. Time flowed differently in this place, like honey dripping from a spoon, sweet and unhurried. When I finally opened my eyes, I realized the rain had ceased, though I couldn't recall when. The hum had softened to a barely perceptible murmur, lingering like the afterglow of a dream. The air retained that peculiar warmth, and the carved numbers continued their gentle radiance, yet a shift had occurred in the atmosphere. Rising from the bench, I felt changed, as if I had been initiated into a shared secret of all those who had waited there before me. The mysterious hum had not offered a concrete revelation, no clear message or purpose, yet I felt enriched by its presence, touched by something ancient and eternally new. As I readied to depart, I glimpsed my reflection in the rain-streaked shelter glass. For an instant, it seemed to blend with the ghostly images of past passengers, our features merging in the dim light. I reached out to touch the cool surface, and the hum rose once more, a fleeting embrace of farewell. Walking away from the bus stop, I carried an unshakable sense that I had encountered something profound yet indefinable. The hum may have faded, but its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be experienced and cherished in their exquisite uncertainty. Story 22. On a misty evening, I wandered past an abandoned playground where rusty swings swayed gently in the breeze. Amid the cool air, a faint, almost imperceptible laughter lingered, a whisper of joyous voices from days gone by. The mingling scents of damp grass and aged metal created an eerie ambience, hinting at a playground still alive with echoes of laughter lost in time. I felt drawn to the weathered bench near the slide, its wooden surface worn smooth by countless parents who had watched their children at play. The playground equipment's metal structure cast elongated shadows in the dim light, forming shifting patterns that danced at the periphery of my vision. A soft wind rustled through the nearby trees, carrying the earthy fragrance of autumn leaves on its breath. Initially, I convinced myself that I was merely taking a different route home, seeking solitude after a long day. Yet the tranquil isolation of the playground called out to me, compelling me to return night after night. Each visit unveiled new layers of its enigmatic aura. This place had become my sanctuary, where time seemed to ebb and flow in a peculiar manner. One exceptionally quiet evening, as I sat on my customary bench, I noticed something peculiar about the carousel. The metal horse figures, untouched by human hands, gleamed with an unusual warmth, as if recently embraced by eager little fingers. A strange static energy enveloped them, reminiscent of children's laughter lingering in the spaces between sounds. In the ensuing weeks, subtle shifts began to manifest in the playground. Swings would sway gently without a breath of wind, faint footprints appeared in the morning dew only to fade with the rising sun, and the metal slide, damp with evening mist, would occasionally feel warm to the touch, as if recently used. I started documenting these mysteries in a notebook, discovering intricate patterns as I delved deeper. The elusive laughter I first heard appeared to follow a schedule, almost becoming discernible during certain evening hours, particularly on moonlit nights when mist drifted in from the nearby woods. Always on the cusp of audibility, the laughter remained like a whisper in a dream. The park's regular visitors, mainly dog walkers and joggers, seemed oblivious to the playground's peculiarities, their gazes sliding past the equipment as if it were invisible. But I knew better. I had come to realize that this place held secrets that unveiled themselves only to those who listened and observed with true intent. One evening, a small red ball perched atop the carousel platform, eerily still. As I neared, it rolled slightly, seemingly nudged by an unseen force. The air thickened with anticipation, and faint children's songs hummed just beyond my range of hearing. The ball circled the carousel pole, guided by an invisible hand. That night I lingered longer than usual, watching as the moon ascended above the trees. The playground equipment cast shifting shadows, the swings swayed in synchrony, creating a mesmerizing rhythm that echoed the pulse of my heart. The intangible laughter grew more palpable, enveloping me in a warm embrace. In that moment, a profound realization dawned upon me. This playground was not haunted in the conventional sense. It was frozen in a timeless state of pure joy. The elusive laughter, the essence of every child who had frolicked here, imprinted the space with radiant happiness. The inexplicable occurrences were not meant to frighten, but to remind us of the enchantment that thrived where innocence and imagination once reigned supreme. Months later, I continue to visit my sacred playground almost every evening. I've learned to discern the subtle cues that herald the peak of the inaudible laughter, a certain quality to the mist, a specific hue of twilight, the breathless anticipation in the air. Sometimes I bring a book and read softly to the vacant playground, and on those nights the swings sway with purpose, the carousel horses stand prouder, and the laughter, though unheard, feels intimately near. I keep this tale to myself, not only due to how unbelievable it may sound, but because I cherish this clandestine bond with a realm existing between memory and magic. The playground has taught me that some enigmas are meant to be savored, experienced, and held dear, rather than solved. And so I embrace my evening excursions, content to witness a spectacle unfolding in whispers and shadows, accompanied by laughter that dances just beyond the grasp of mortal ears. Story 23. On a misty evening, I found myself wandering along a creaking pier that extended into a bay cloaked in fog. The atmosphere was serene, with the gentle lapping of waves and the distant calls of seabirds providing a soothing backdrop. Suddenly, a mysterious melody began to weave its way through the air, a melody that seemed to be a secret collaboration between the wind and the water. The scent of the sea, salty and invigorating, mingled with the aged aroma of weathered wood, enveloping me in a cocoon of natural scents. The pier, with its time-worn planks, transformed into a stage for a quiet and enigmatic concert orchestrated by nature itself. As I ventured further along the pier, the fog enveloped me like a soft, gray blanket, obscuring my surroundings in a veil of mystery. Each step I took elicited a gentle groan from the tired boards beneath my feet, adding a rhythmic element to the ethereal music that seemed to emanate from all directions at once. The haunting yet soothing melody played on, reminiscent of a long-forgotten lullaby whispered by invisible hands. The lanterns that lined the pier cast a warm, amber glow through the mist, their light creating shifting halos that danced with the evening breeze. In the dim illumination, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The railings of the pier seemed to vibrate ever so slightly, as if resonating with the enigmatic music that filled the air. When I placed my hand on the smooth, salt-weathered wood, I could sense a subtle tremor, like the lingering echo of a struck tuning fork. In this place, time seemed to flow differently, the outside world fading into the background, muffled by the encompassing fog. As I delved deeper into the mist, the symphony evolved, growing more intricate. What had started as a simple melody now layered harmonies upon harmonies, the whisper of wind through unseen gaps in the planks, the rhythmic percussion of water against the pilings, and a distant sound that resembled voices singing in perfect unison. At the far end of the pier loomed an ancient gazebo, its Victorian architecture barely visible through the swirling mist. The structure's weathered dome rose like a specter emerging from the haze, adding to the air of mystery that enveloped the scene. As I drew closer, the music swelled to a gentle crescendo, the gazebo's ornate railings seeming to function as the pipes of an organ, each emitting its own unique note to the ethereal composition. Stepping inside the gazebo, I was greeted by intricate patterns carved into the wooden ceiling, spirals and waves that seemed to undulate in the shifting lantern light. A small brass plaque, aged to a verdant hue, caught my attention. Though most of the text had been eroded by time and salt, a few words were still legible, in memory of the symphony, along with a date from a bygone era. Seated on an aged wooden bench within the gazebo, I found myself entranced by the continuing melody. The fog swirled around me in time with the music, crafting ephemeral shapes that danced on the edge of perception. I swayed gently, surrendering to the peaceful rhythm of this unexplainable performance. As night descended, I noticed a peculiar warmth in the air, a departure from the usual chill of waterside evenings. The lantern light pulsed softly, matching the tempo of the mysterious song. Each pulse revealed new aspects of the intricate carvings above, casting a mesmerizing display of light and shadow. In this liminal state between wakefulness and dreams, I began to comprehend that the pier itself was a grand instrument, a colossal musical contraption crafted by nature's own hand. Every plank, every railing, every post had been meticulously placed not just for function, but for the symphony they would produce when touched by the elements. The weathered plaque's faded inscription took on a new significance. Perhaps this pier was more than a mere structure for docking ships. Perhaps it was a tribute to something or someone long forgotten. Every evening, under the right conditions, it performed its symphony for any willing audience, a tribute in music rather than in stone. As I prepared to depart, the melody followed me, growing fainter with each step but never vanishing entirely. The fog parted slightly, revealing a gentle path back to the shore. Even after returning to solid ground, I could still feel the rhythm of that mysterious music resonating within me like a half-remembered dream. To this day, on misty evenings, I find myself drawn back to that pier, though the symphony never plays quite the same way twice. The music remains, ever-changing with the weather, the tides, and perhaps even the listeners themselves. It stands as one of those enigmatic mysteries best left unsolved, a gentle reminder that some of life's most beautiful experiences are those that defy full explanation. The encounter left me pondering a lingering question. Had I merely witnessed a natural phenomenon, an acoustic anomaly born of wind and architecture? Or had I stumbled upon something more extraordinary, a piece of history preserved not in photographs or documents, but in the enduring notes of an eternal symphony conducted by the sea itself? Story 24. While sifting through the forgotten corners of my home, I stumbled upon a locked drawer nestled within an antique desk. After a bit of careful maneuvering, the drawer yielded to my efforts, revealing a neatly folded note tucked inside. The paper exuded age, its once pristine white now tinged with a soft yellow hue, bearing elegantly scripted words that hinted at a hidden truth shrouded in the house's past. A delicate scent of cedar and ancient ink wafted from the note, wrapping the room in a comforting embrace, as if beckoning me to uncover its secrets. With measured anticipation, I unfurled the fragile paper, the gentle rustle echoing through the quiet space like a whispered secret. Evening light filtered through lace curtains, casting ethereal patterns on the weathered desk, painting the room in a serene ambience that soothed the senses. The note bore a date from a bygone era, its flowing script addressing a mysterious recipient as my dearest friend. Each word drew me deeper into the narrative, weaving a tale of peculiar occurrences within these very walls, ghostly echoes of footsteps in empty corridors, unexplained shifts of objects in solitude, and the enigmatic appearance of fresh blooms in a specific vase under the full moon's watchful gaze. Enthralled, I sank into the embrace of my chair, captivated by the writer's account of a concealed chamber hidden within the house, veiled behind walls steeped in untold histories. Within this clandestine space lay not riches of gold or jewels, but a treasure trove of memories frozen in time's tender embrace. The steady cadence of my grandfather clock's ticking provided a hypnotic backdrop as I delved further into the narrative, the pendulum's swing lulling me into a trance-like state. The writer divulged their discovery of a hidden journal secreted within the walls, chronicling the lives of the house's original inhabitants. These were no ordinary records, but chronicles of shared dreams across generations, of whispered dialogues transcending the boundaries of time itself. As twilight descended beyond the window panes, casting elongated shadows, I ignited an ancient brass lamp, its golden glow casting an otherworldly light upon the pages. Intriguingly, the note referenced cryptic symbols etched discreetly in door frames throughout the house, previously dismissed as mere adornments. Yet the writer posited that these markings formed a cryptic map leading to the clandestine chamber's entrance. My fingertips traced the edges of the parchment, tracing the writer's attempts to decipher the symbols that seemed to shift in prominence with the phases of the moon, evading complete comprehension. The gentle rustle of wind through the trees outside provided a melodic undertone to my reading, the dancing shadows of branches painting a spectral mural on the walls. The writer's conviction that the house itself harbored a living memory, a benevolent custodian of tales long past, imbued the room with a serene aura, dispelling any sense of foreboding. As the note neared its conclusion, a revelation unfurled, The writer had begun to experience dreams that transcended mere fantasy, vivid recollections of the house's history playing out in slumber. A spectral woman in a blue gown featured prominently in these nocturnal visions, her silent smile pregnant with unspoken truths regarding time and memory within the house's embrace. The final passage bore a cryptic directive, urging the reader to listen with their heart as midnight bells tolled 13 times, and moonlight bathed the seventh step, unveiling a path known only to those attuned to the whispers of the heart. Holding my breath, attuned to the subtle symphony of nocturnal sounds, the house's murmurs, the sigh of the wind, the relentless march of time, I reached the note's enigmatic conclusion, unsigned, leaving me adrift in a sea of enigma. As I gingerly folded the paper, a subtle detail caught my eye, a faint sketch adorning the final page, depicting a familiar geometric motif that teased at recognition just beyond reach. Glancing up from the desk, the room seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation, a newfound awareness of the manifold stories etched within its very fabric. Reverently, I returned the note to its resting place within the drawer, leaving it unlocked, a tacit acknowledgement of the journey that lay ahead. This enigma was but a prelude to a grander mystery, destined to unfurl gradually, like the dawning light of a new day. In the gathering dusk, I pondered the possibility of encountering the woman in blue in the realm of dreams, her spectral presence whispering secrets in the hushed hours of night. The grandfather clock's steady cadence persisted, a timeless echo in the dimming room, while in the distance a solitary church bell tolled. Absently counting the chimes, my thoughts lingered on the note's riddle, enveloped in a cocoon of speculation. And as the final peal dissolved into silence, a ghostly whisper, like the rustle of silk, brushed against my senses, a fleeting vestige of the woman in blue drifting through the empty space. Story 25, deep within the quiet corners of a local thrift store, I uncovered a forgotten treasure hidden amongst dusty art supplies. Nestled in a weathered box, a battered sketchbook awaited my curious gaze. Its pages, tinged with age and fragrant with the familiar scent of graphite and paper, revealed intricate blueprints of a structure unknown to me. Each line, meticulously drawn, whispered of a purpose shrouded in mystery, a design that blurred the line between artistry and a hidden intention. Night after night, I found myself drawn into the depths of the sketchbook's secrets within the soft glow of my study. The rain's gentle patter against my window provided a soothing rhythm as I traced my fingertips along the enigmatic drawings. The more I studied them, the more I unearthed peculiarities that defied conventional logic. Curved corridors folded upon themselves, staircases led to impossible rooms, and windows captured light from inexplicable angles. Yet amidst the architectural impossibilities, precise measurements and elegant annotations adorned the pages with a script akin to calligraphy. Marginal notes, faded with time, hinted at threshold spaces and liminal architecture, concepts that beckoned my mind into contemplative realms. Rooms existing between moments and doorways opening into dream-past spaces teased at my imagination. In the tranquil hours before dawn, I sketched my interpretations of the designs, seeking to grasp their underlying essence. The soft scratch of pencil against paper became a meditative dance, blurring the boundaries between reality and the ethereal geometry before me. It was as if the original artist's spirit guided my hand, weaving a tapestry of lines that transcended ordinary comprehension. As I delved deeper into the blueprints, my perception of space subtly shifted. Shadows held secrets, corners curved imperceptibly, and the whispers of my home echoed a language akin to the mysterious drawings. One serenely quiet night, under the moon's gentle gaze, hidden numbers emerged from the ornate borders, forming a cryptic pattern reminiscent of musical notes or a coded message. Transcribing the numbers became an obsession, a journey marked by the rhythmic ticking of my wall clock. The resulting sequence unfolded like a symphony of mathematics, a poetic expression in the language of architecture. Weeks passed, and the structure from the blueprints began to seep into my dreams, guiding me through its labyrinthine corridors and harmonious chambers. Each night I wandered through its impossible architecture, a sense of wonder filling my being as I navigated floors that shifted beneath my feet. The dreams, far from unsettling, enveloped me in a tranquil awe, as if I were exploring a physical manifestation of meditation. The central chamber, adorned with symbols of celestial maps and musical scales, beckoned me to sketch it repeatedly, each rendition an elusive capture of its essence. In the quiet of my study, surrounded by sketches and the enigmatic blueprints, I noticed how the shadows outside danced in perfect alignment with the mysterious angles depicted within. A realization dawned upon me that perhaps I was unraveling a reality existing beyond the confines of ordinary perception. An architecture of quietude, nestled in the spaces between our thoughts, waiting to be discovered. The identity of the unknown architect remained a veiled secret, their essence lingering in every stroke and notation. The blueprints, no longer mere plans for a physical edifice, morphed into a map of liminal spaces, a cartography of the dream-filled realms we catch glimpses of in moments of serene stillness. As I pen these words by lamplight, the weight of the sketchbook resting on my desk, its mysteries whispering softly. The rain's gentle cadence against my window, the shadows pulsating with each distant lightning flash, all weave a tapestry of tranquility and wonder. Embracing the enigma, I find solace in the unanswered questions, akin to a half-forgotten dream that leaves a peaceful residue upon waking, a serene mystery to ponder in the quiet embrace of the night. Story 26. In a neglected gallery of forgotten family treasures amidst the dust of time, I stumbled upon a portrait that seemed out of place, a faded depiction of a stranger, her eyes concealing a tale of sorrow. Hidden behind the frame, a fragile letter awaited discovery, exuding the scent of aged parchment and lavender, beckoning me to unravel its secrets. The gallery itself stood frozen in a moment long past, bathed in the soft glow of afternoon light filtering through tall windows, casting a mesmerizing dance of dust motes against weathered wooden panels. Every creak of the floorboards beneath my feet whispered of bygone footsteps echoing through the ages. With trembling fingers, I extracted the letter, feeling the weight of history in its delicate pages. The woman in the portrait observed me with a gaze that seemed to know more than she revealed, a haunting mix of sadness and resolve etched on her features. The script on the letter, once bold and graceful, now faded to a warm sepia hue, told a tale of departure and ancestral mysteries. As I delved into the words penned by a woman named Margaret, the present faded into the background, replaced by the gentle scratch of quill on parchment from a bygone era. Margaret's voice echoed through time, her words weaving a tale of a journey across the sea in pursuit of family secrets. Visions of a lost music box, a hidden key, and ancestral whispers haunted her dreams, guiding her towards a legacy shrouded in enigma. The letter hinted at a map concealed within the portrait, a map that held the key to unraveling the mysteries of their lineage. Margaret's words cautioned against disturbing the secrets of the past, yet urged her beloved Elizabeth to follow the path she had laid out, a path illuminated by the wisdom of generations past, by the subtle whispers of nature, and by the mysteries that danced in the shadows of candlelight. As I reached the end of the letter, a sense of wonder and anticipation lingered in the air, like the fading hues of a twilight sky. I gazed upon Margaret's portrait with newfound reverence, the gallery now a sanctuary of untold stories and unfinished legacies. Shadows deepened, casting a veil of mystery over the room, revealing hidden details in the painting that spoke of forgotten treasures and unspoken truths. Contemplating the choice before me, whether to embark on the quest laid out by Margaret or to let the mysteries slumber a while longer, I felt the gentle embrace of the gallery's silence, a comforting shroud of possibilities and dreams yet to unfold. Silently, I returned the letter to its sanctuary, preserving its words in my own private chronicle. As I prepared to depart, a faint melody drifted through the air, a haunting tune that seemed to echo from the depths of memory. Whether a trick of the mind or a whisper from the past, I could not discern. The portrait's gaze followed me, not as a specter of foreboding, but as a silent guide, beckoning me to return and unravel the tapestry of secrets woven within its frame. Leaving the gallery behind, I carried with me the echo of Margaret's words, the promise of a hidden map, and the allure of a journey yet untaken. In the stillness of the night, I knew that some mysteries are best left to the whispers of dreams, where secrets and truths intertwine in a dance as old as time itself. And so I embraced the unknown, letting the mysteries of the gallery linger in my thoughts like ripples on a tranquil pond, awaiting the moment when their secrets would unfurl in the realm of dreams. Story 27. In the hush of a solitary stroll near the fringes of a dense woodland, a faint, almost imperceptible howl sent shivers down my spine, rippling through the lofty treetops. The tang of pine and moist soil lingered in the air, drawing me closer to the enigmatic shadows lurking just beyond the reach of light. Sunbeams filtered through the leafy canopy, casting a mosaic of shadows that waltzed across the forest floor. With each step I took into the heart of the woods, the satisfying crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot serenaded my senses. The atmosphere thickened, pregnant with the aroma of moss and decay, yet strangely invigorating in its earthy embrace. An inexplicable allure tugged at me, my curiosity outweighing any lingering unease. As I delved deeper, the familiar sounds of the outside world gradually faded into a distant memory. The whisper of leaves in the gentle breeze crescendoed, weaving a soft, ethereal symphony. Occasionally, fleeting movements caught the corner of my eye, but upon turning, only swaying branches and elusive shadows greeted me. The howl echoed once more, a mere whisper on the wind that might have been a figment of my imagination. This time it bore a different essence, akin to a haunting melody woven into the air. The forest fell silent, as if holding its breath. Birds ceased their melodies, and even the insects hushed into oblivion. Amid the profound quietude, a subtle energy vibrated through the air, raising the hairs on my arms in silent salute. A tranquil glade emerged, encircled by trees standing sentinel around a placid pond. The water mirrored the somber sky above, unruffled by even the faintest ripple. Drawing closer, I noticed a peculiar anomaly in my reflection. The image lagged behind my movements, as if struggling to keep pace with reality. The air chilled, prompting me to hug my jacket tighter around me. It was then that I observed wisps of mist beginning to coil, rising from the earth in delicate tendrils that caressed my ankles like cool silk. The mist exuded a soft, ethereal glow, pulsating in harmony with the forest's breath. By the pond's edge, elusive shapes danced within the mist, vanishing when directly gazed upon. They resembled deer, yet possessed an otherworldly fluidity, their motions defying nature's laws. Howl returned nearer now, retaining its spectral softness. It seemed to emanate from all directions at once, a call that transcended the earthly realm. Swaying gently, I found myself ensnared in a tranquil trance. The boundary between the tangible world and the ethereal grew fainter with each passing heartbeat. Trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs stretching towards the glade like inquisitive onlookers. Within their gnarled forms, ancient, knowing faces emerged, observing my every move with timeless patience. Time lost its grip. Though daylight remained unchanged, I sensed hours slipping by unnoticed. The mist thickened, enveloping the clearing in a sea of swirling white. The howl sounded once more, yet this time I recognized it not as a howl but a melodic chant, an ancient hymn recounting secrets buried deep within the earth, mysteries predating humanity's footprints in these woods. In that suspended moment between reality and reverie, a presence brushed against me, carrying scents of wildflowers and dawn's frost. Every fiber urged me to turn, to face the enigma lingering behind, but my body remained rooted in place. Perhaps fear held me captive, or perhaps it was the awareness that certain enigmas are best left undisturbed. The presence drew nearer, enveloping me in profound serenity. The forest exhaled around me, its primordial whispers echoing in forgotten tongues. And in that fleeting instant, I grasped that I had stumbled upon a rare, sacred pocket of the world where the veil between known and unknown grew threadbare. I never did pivot to confront the unseen. Instead, I shut my eyes, allowing the forest's melody to wash over me. When I reopened them, the mist had dissipated, leaving the glade looking ordinary once more. Yet as I retraced my steps through the woods, I carried with me the certainty of having brushed against the extraordinary uncertainty that forever altered my perception of the world. Even now, on tranquil nights when zephyrs murmur through the trees, I occasionally catch that distant, silent howl. It beckons me like a half-remembered reverie, a reminder that amidst the mundane realms of mystery and marvel await, patiently yearning for those willing to heed their silent song. Story 28. In a forgotten corner of a neglected library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript whose aged pages were adorned with enigmatic footnotes. Each tiny note, written in a mysterious hand, hinted at a concealed tale waiting to be unveiled. The scent of antiquity, a blend of old parchment and ink, hung in the air, beckoning me to unravel the hidden wisdom nestled within. As I gingerly turned the brittle pages, the leather binding whispered softly, brushing against centuries of accumulated dust with each touch of my fingertips. The main text seemed ordinary at first glance, a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore. However, the footnotes whispered a different narrative. Beginning with scholarly references and concise explanations, the annotations gradually evolved. The script in the margins grew urgent, the ink bleeding deeper into the weathered paper. Academic citations transitioned into personal musings, then transformed into what appeared to be intimate diary entries. The anonymous annotator chronicled eerie occurrences, peculiar sounds in vacant corridors, shifting shadows defying the light, murmurs resonating in the absence of others. Lost in the ambience of the library's quietude, surrounded by towering shelves that seemed to lean in attentively, I immersed myself in the manuscript. The soft glow of the desk lamp bathed the pages in a golden light while casting dark shadows in the aisles between the shelves. As daylight waned, the shadows stretched and crept across the floor like a silent tide. One footnote seized my curiosity. It alluded to a sequence of numbers resembling dates, yet following an unfamiliar calendar. Beneath them, in tremulous handwriting, were the cryptic words, "The patterns emerge only in darkness. They speak of what lies between moments, in the spaces where time folds upon itself." As I pondered these enigmatic annotations, peculiar occurrences began to manifest in my own life. Books materialized on my desk without my intervention. The library's layout seemed to shift when unobserved, and the rustle of turning pages filled the air even in the book's stillness. The footnotes grew more personal, as though the annotator foresaw their message reaching a future reader, me. They hinted at a dawning realization, a gradual comprehension that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations had become a conduit, bridging not just pages but epochs, perhaps centuries. Time seemed to lose its grasp as I delved deeper into the mysterious marginalia. The library clocks ticking slowed, then ceased altogether, while the daylight remained constant, defying the passage of hours. Enveloped in a twilight that never quite surrendered to darkness, I navigated a labyrinth of interconnected references woven through the footnotes. Tales of ancient civilizations mastering the art of folding time, scholars deciphering the spaces between words, and libraries existing across disparate eras intertwined in a mesmerizing tapestry of knowledge. Approaching the manuscript's conclusion, the annotations shifted from urgency to tranquility. The frenetic energy gave way to a serene acceptance. The final note simply stated, "To comprehend time, one must step beyond it. You, the reader of these words, have embarked on the journey." Emerging from the manuscript's pages, I sensed a profound alteration in the surrounding silence. It felt weightier, pregnant with untold narratives. The shadows between the shelves ceased to be vacant, now imbued with a subtle animation, akin to curtains swaying in an unseen breeze. Now I frequent the library daily, though the passage of time eludes my awareness. The manuscript rests in its original spot, its contents shifting and evolving with each perusal. Occasionally, fleeting images of other readers flicker at the edge of my vision, scholars from diverse epochs drawn to the enigmatic footnotes. We share a silent communion, connected by the ethereal echoes in our minds. While the true essence of the manuscript remains elusive, I've come to realize that some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered. Amidst the hushed whispers of ancient pages, amid the secluded solace of the library's alcoves, I've unearthed a different kind of wisdom, one that thrives in the gaps between certainty and curiosity. I continue to read, guided by the enigmatic footnotes through their maze of significance. Perhaps one day you too will encounter this manuscript. When that moment arrives, remember that the most profound mysteries are those that not only captivate us with revelations, but also embrace us in the profound art of contemplation. Story 29. High above the bustling city, atop a forgotten building, a secret rooftop garden awaited, hidden from the chaos below. Bathed in the soft glow of concealed lanterns, this mystical oasis bloomed with vibrant plants and flowers, casting an ethereal light that beckoned the weary souls seeking solace. One autumn evening, as the sky turned to velvet and the scent of fallen leaves lingered in the air, a pulsing glow caught my eye from my apartment window. It danced among the shadows, breathing a sense of peaceful enchantment that drew me closer each night. After weeks of silent observation, a hidden stairwell revealed itself to me, whispering promises of a world betwixt reality and dreams. Mist curled at my feet as I tread upon weathered wooden planks, each step releasing the fragrance of rain-soaked cedar into the night. The garden defied logic and reason. Flowers of unknown origin swayed in an unseen breeze, their petals emitting a soft radiance that painted the air in pastel hues. Ancient lanterns, not of flame nor electricity, but of a celestial essence, cast a starlight glow upon the garden, guiding me deeper into its mysteries. As I wandered, the plants seemed to acknowledge my presence, turning gently to follow my path. Night-blooming flowers perfumed the air, their elusive beauty shifting and transforming, defying my attempts to capture their essence. Beside a tranquil pond where reflections danced mysteriously, I witnessed light patterns moving beneath the surface, shifting and dissolving like fleeting thoughts at the edge of slumber. The water held a warmth that belied the coolness of the evening, while bubbles of light rose and vanished into the mist. Time lost its grip in this enchanted realm. Minutes stretched into hours, yet hours passed in mere moments as I returned night after night, drawn by an inexplicable sense of peace that enveloped me like a comforting embrace. One evening, a weathered stone bench beckoned, its surface adorned with symbols that whispered ancient tales, ever shifting and elusive. The garden's haunting music, a melody of memories, played at the edge of perception, emanating from the very essence of the flowers and stars above. Among the blooms, I discovered traces of other visitors, a glowing pearl button, a warm brass key, a script that changed languages before my eyes. Though I never encountered another soul in this ethereal haven, the traces left behind hinted at a shared connection to its magic. Through changing seasons, the garden remained constant in its wonder, defying the laws of nature with blooms of impossible colors and dances of autumn leaves in spring breezes. The gentle glow that captivated me from the start persisted, drawing me back time and time again. In this sanctuary between realms, where reality and dreams intertwined, I found peace in the unanswered questions that surrounded me. The garden became my refuge, a place where time flowed like honey, and the world below faded into insignificance. Amidst the luminescent blooms, reflections of other hidden gardens shimmered in the lantern light, hinting at a network of secret havens awaiting discovery by kindred spirits. The pulse of the garden's heartbeat against the night sky called out to others, inviting them to experience its magic. While the mysteries of this rooftop oasis may never fully reveal themselves, I have come to cherish the unanswered riddles as part of its enchantment. Embracing the unknown, I have learned that true peace comes not from solving mysteries, but from embracing the wonder they bring. In this high sanctuary above the city, where time stands still and dreams come to life, I have found solace in the gentle embrace of the unanswered, content to dwell in the magic that surrounds me. Story 30. In the hush of a peculiarly cool night, I ventured into a forsaken train yard on the outskirts of town. Within this realm of corroded tracks and silent, decaying locomotives, a solitary light danced sporadically atop an ancient signal tower. The scent of metal rust intermingled with the musty aroma of moist concrete, while that flickering glow pulsed like a heartbeat in the obsidian night, whispering of untold tales from journeys long halted. The gravel beneath my feet murmured softly as I treaded through the yard, the zephyr serenading me with its gentle sigh through vacant train cars. An eerie stillness enveloped the air, the kind that settles in locales forsaken by the relentless march of time. Moths pirouetted around the dim lampposts, their ethereal wings casting fleeting shadows that waltzed upon weathered metal surfaces. Amidst this spectral ballet, my gaze was drawn to the solitary blinking light atop the tower, a rhythm neither regular nor chaotic, but imbued with purpose. Its pattern stirred a sense of familiarity within me, akin to an elusive memory or a half-forgotten reverie. Approaching closer, I observed the tower's windows shrouded in darkness, emphasizing the significance of that lone illumination. The door to the tower stood slightly ajar, emitting a mournful note as the wind nudged it open. Venturing inside, the atmosphere shifted. A dense, electric anticipation hung in the air, causing the fine hairs on my arms to stand on end. Each creak of the wooden stairs released the fragrance of aged timber and decades-old dust. Ascending to the pinnacle, I encountered an antiquated control room adorned with obsolete machinery. Brass and copper switches, levers, and gauges adorn the walls, their luster dulled by neglect. Yet it was the enigmatic source of light that captured my attention, an ancient signal lamp that defied logic by persisting in its hypnotic pulse. Watching intently, I discerned something extraordinary unfolding before me. The light's cadence began to synchronize with the gentle rhythm of my breath, as if acknowledging my presence. A subtle shift in the room's ambience ensued, fostering an inexplicable connection to this forgotten realm. Settling into an aged operator's chair, I found myself entranced by the interplay of light and shadow upon the control panel. The pulsating glow seemed to narrate a tale of solitary nights, of signals dispatched into the void, of connections forged and severed. My fingertips traced the worn contours of the control panel, as though resonating with the lingering warmth of hands that dwelled here long ago. Time drifted away as I sat there, enveloped in the rhythmic heartbeat of light and the nocturnal symphony of whispers. The distant owl's call melded with the wind's murmur through shattered panes, weaving a melody of solitude. Noticing the evolving complexity of the light's pattern resembling a cryptic code, I realized a truth that sent a tremor down my spine. I was not merely an observer, I was being observed, not with menace, but with the patient curiosity of something ancient and sentient. The light extended its luminous tendrils, crafting stories on the walls in Morse code shadows. As the night deepened, I uncovered faded logbooks inscribed with cryptic entries, detailing the passage of trains through the yard, each account more captivating than the last. The concluding record, dated eons past, bore a cryptic message: "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a sequence of dots and dashes had been meticulously transcribed, a message eluding my comprehension yet resonating deeply within. Departing the tower hours later, the steadfast pulse of light lingered behind me. I knew I would return, drawn by the enigma of that singular beacon in the gloom. Sometimes on tranquil nights, I find myself synchronizing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if somewhere in that forsaken yard it continues to blink its age-old missive into the night. The tale of the flickering light remains unfinished in my mind, akin to a half-recalled dream. Perhaps therein lies its essence. Certain mysteries are meant to be sensed rather than unraveled, their potency not in their resolution, but in the questions they inscribe upon our musings, as delicate as moth wings against a window pane. Story 31. In a rare moment, I found myself within the crumbling embrace of an empty theater. The worn velvet seats whispered tales of nights long past, their faded elegance holding echoes of applause and joy that now danced as ghostly whispers through the stillness. Seeking inspiration among rumors of the building's peculiar charm, I sat in the shadowy auditorium, enveloped by silence that was broken only by a soft, almost imperceptible laughter, as if the theater itself remembered its glory days. The heavy wooden doors had yielded to my touch, ushering me into a realm suspended between history and now, where dust motes pirouetted in beams of light, casting ethereal patterns akin to spectral dancers on an unseen stage. The air bore a sweetness beneath its musty veil, a fragrance of old perfumes and makeup powders lingering like a fond memory. Running my fingers along the weathered fabric of the seats, I felt the weight of countless stories woven into their fibers, tales of entertainment, romance, and wonder that once filled the space with life. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, subtle movements caught my attention in the periphery. The heavy stage curtains stirred without a breeze, and soft footsteps traversed the stage in a rhythm reminiscent of a forgotten dance, accompanied by the whisper of pages turning, as if a silent script unfolded in the shadows. The sounds around me were not unsettling, but rather comforting, like a gentle embrace of nostalgia. Time itself seemed to bend within those walls, stretching minutes into hours as I sat motionless, absorbing the quiet symphony of the abandoned theater. The shifting light painted longer shadows across the empty seats, their forms resembling a phantom audience dressed in elegant evening attire, their presence palpable in the soft laughter and muffled applause that washed over me like a lullaby. With the onset of evening, the theater stirred with a subtle vitality. The air danced between warm whispers and cool breezes, as if unseen spirits brushed past, while the dormant stage lights held a faint, ethereal glow, a silent testament to the performances of yesteryears. Drawn to the stage, I ascended the creaking wooden steps, each echo reverberating through the hollow expanse until I stood at its center, facing the spectral seats that seemed to pulse with anticipation. From that vantage point, details once overlooked came into focus, scattered remnants of a bygone era, a tarnished hand mirror, a lone glove, and aged script, all arranged as if their owners had just departed momentarily. The mirror occasionally reflected fleeting images, a glimpse of movement or a flash of color, hinting at a presence just beyond perception. And when I dared to break the silence with a whispered inquiry, the theater responded not with words but with a symphony of sound, rustling fabric, distant murmurs, soft footsteps, a chorus of memories woven into the very fabric of the space. As darkness descended, I knew it was time to depart, yet the theater seemed reluctant to release me, its corridors elongating, shadows deepening, as if urging me to linger a while longer. With each step towards the exit, I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me, a silent plea to stay. Turning back for a final glance, I caught a fleeting vision of the theater in its former glory, alive with shadowy figures and warm lights before it vanished, leaving only the empty shell behind. Stepping outside, I realized that the term empty did not befit the theater at all. It was brimming with stories, with memories, with moments frozen in time, waiting to be rediscovered by those who dared to listen. And in the quietude of the night, as I walked away, the laughter I had heard lingered like a promise, a reminder that within the shadows of forgotten places, joy endures, patiently waiting for a soul attuned to its whispers. Story 32. In the depths of my attic, surrounded by relics of forgotten times, I stumbled upon an ancient radio. Its once vibrant dial now faded, its speakers silent until one hushed night when it crackled to life, as if stirred from a long slumber. Through the veil of static emerged faint whispers and distant melodies, carrying with them a nostalgia as sweet and sorrowful as the scent of aged metal and lost dreams. Each note, a delicate reminder of a past yearning to be revisited. After that fateful night, the attic held a magnetic pull on me, beckoning me with its timeless charm. Dust motes danced in the moonlit beams that filtered through a small window, casting a soft glow on the wooden floorboards that murmured beneath my steps. In a corner, the radio rested on an old oak table, its mahogany surface weathered by the passage of time, bearing witness to bygone eras. As twilight descended, painting the sky in gentle watercolors, I settled into a worn leather armchair beside the radio. The ritual unfolded seamlessly, turning the brass dial, witnessing the amber glow of the vacuum tubes coming to life and waiting in quiet anticipation. Some nights, only the soft hiss of static filled the air, reminiscent of a gentle rain. But on those rare evenings heavy with possibility, the magic unfolded. Music would seep through the static, not abrupt but gradual, like a photograph developing in the obscurity of a dark room. The melodies were a tapestry of wonders waltzes that glided on unseen breezes, jazz tunes that whispered of forgotten smoke-laden rooms, and voices singing in tongues unknown yet strangely familiar. One autumn evening, amidst the rustling of leaves, a new element crept into the radio's broadcast. Amidst the musical whispers, soft and clear words emerged. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. Neither male nor female, neither young nor old, the voice carried a warmth that stirred a recognition deep within my soul. Compelled to capture these ethereal messages, I began to keep a journal, noting the lunar phases, the weather, searching for patterns in the enigmatic transmissions. Pages filled with descriptions of songs that seemed to respond to my unspoken thoughts, of voices that unraveled memories I had never lived yet felt intimately acquainted with. Winter descended, cloaking the attic in longer shadows and colder whispers, but I remained ensconced in the sanctuary of sound that the radio provided. Drifting off in the armchair, I'd awaken to find the radio still whispering its secrets, intertwining with my dreams like a delicate thread. In those liminal moments between slumber and wakefulness, ephemeral figures danced on the edges of perception, their forms as elusive as smoke in the dim light. The pinnacle of revelation arrived on a night veiled in snowfall, where the world outside lay hushed in a blanket of white. The radio's voice reached through the static, weaving tales of my childhood, long buried details of my first bicycle's hue, the name of a cherished pet, the melody my grandmother hummed while baking. Instead of fear, a profound serenity enveloped me, gently nudging me towards an understanding of my true essence. Months passed and subtle transformations seeped into my existence. Colors bloomed with newfound vibrancy, memories etched themselves with sharper clarity, and dreams unfurled with deeper significance. The radio's influence transcended mere broadcasts, stirring something dormant within me, coaxing melodies from my lips that felt as ancient as time. Nights of profound silence brought contemplation on the layers of existence veiled from sight, the frequencies of life interwoven yet unseen. The radio, no longer a mere device, but a portal to realms mirroring our own, whispered of truths beyond comprehension. I refrained from dissecting its mechanics, sensing that the magic it wove resided in the intangible space between reality and imagination. As I pen these words, the radio's nocturnal serenades persist, shrouded in enigma. The mysteries it unveils remain uncharted, yet I've come to cherish the questions more than the answers. Amidst the gentle crackle and static whispers, a different truth unfurls, one that speaks to a heart that remembers what it has never known. The amber glow of the vacuum tubes, now my nightly beacon, the soft murmur of the speaker, a lullaby to my dreams. In the quiet before slumber claims me, I ponder if another soul, somewhere in the vast expanse, listens to their own mysterious radio, entwining echoes of my life with theirs, connected by invisible threads of sound and memory. In this eternal dance through the night, we find solace in the shared whispers of the enigmatic waves that bind our stories together across the expanse of time. Story 33. In the cozy embrace of my cherished coffee haven on a drizzly morning, a neatly folded note awaited me on the table. The paper, pristine, bore elegant script that carried a subtle hint of lavender mingled with the rich aroma of coffee. Reading the enigmatic message sent a shiver down my spine. It was no mere happenstance, but a deliberate clue to a hidden enigma within the ordinary. The note's message, simple yet beguiling, instructed me to seek out a woman in a pearl gray coat. She made her appearance every Tuesday precisely at 9:17 a.m., never indulging in a purchase or exchanging words with anyone, yet unfailingly leaving a mysterious token behind. Intrigued, I found myself drawn back to the cafe each ensuing Tuesday, captivated by an unexplainable allure. The soft patter of rain against the windows became a soothing backdrop to my silent vigil. The familiar sense of freshly brewed coffee and baked treats enveloped me, creating a snug sanctuary as I awaited her arrival. On the initial Tuesday, I arrived early and settled at a corner table affording a clear view of the entrances. The cafe hummed with a tranquil symphony of murmured conversations and the gentle clink of cups. My gaze flitted between the antique wall clock's steady tick-tock and the entry of each new patron, and precisely at 9:17 she materialized. Draped in her pearl gray coat, she exuded a captivating blend of substance and ethereal grace, her presence akin to morning mist bathed in sunlight. With deliberate poise, she chose the same window-side table on every visit. Though her face remained veiled beneath a wide-brimmed hat, her hands, adorned with a solitary silver ring on her right index finger, hinted at a storied past. Week after week, I observed her ritual unfold with unwavering precision. For 7 minutes she sat regally, hands folded in her lap, never partaking in any offerings or acknowledging the surroundings. Yet I couldn't overlook the peculiar trinkets she discreetly left behind: an antique button, a pressed flower, a weathered compass with a spinning needle. The CAF staff seemed oblivious to these items. When I inquired about the woman, their responses were vague, their gazes distant, as if she existed in a realm beyond their perception. Each left-behind object pulsed with a subtle energy, hinting at fragments of a tale I struggled to piece together. One rainy Tuesday, to my surprise, she occupied my usual table, her gaze meeting mine. While her features remained obscured, a sense of her awareness settled over me. Before her lay an aged leather-bound journal, its yellowed pages brimming with mysteries. With a mere nod, she beckoned me to the seat opposite hers. As I sat down, the cafe's ambient sounds faded into a distant murmur, and a charged silence enveloped us, pregnant with anticipation, akin to the calm before a storm. In a voice reminiscent of autumn leaves rustling in a breeze, she spoke. "You've been attentive." Her statement bore no query. Few recognize the patterns anymore. Even fewer take the time to observe, to ponder, to question the interstices of time. Flipping through the journal, she revealed passages of the same elegant handwriting that had initially piqued my interest. "Time is not as linear as they believe," she continued, her fingers tracing the scripted lines. "It folds and unfolds like origami, creating pockets where secrets gather. Some of us traverse these folds, gathering what lingers within the crevices." The journal's intricate sketches mirrored the objects she had left behind, accompanied by cryptic annotations and changing coordinates that tantalized the mind. "Why me?" I whispered, barely audible. Her smile, though veiled, bore warmth. "You possess the patience for patterns, the capacity to dwell in uncertainty without clamoring for answers. Most importantly, you comprehend that some mysteries are to be experienced rather than deciphered." Standing, she left the journal behind. "It's your turn now," she murmured softly. "Watch for those attuned to patterns. Lead them back to wander through breadcrumbs." When I raised my eyes from the journal, she had vanished. The cafe's ambient sounds cascaded back like a gentle tide. The rain persisted in its rhythmic cadence against the windows, and the aroma of coffee lingered. The journal, tangible beneath my touch, now bore blank pages where the enigmatic words had once resided. Every 9:17 a.m. Tuesday, I return to the cafe. Sometimes I catch sight of kindred observers, quietly contemplating. Occasionally I leave behind tokens of vintage key, a pressed leaf, a smooth sea glass piece, watching as curiosity sparks in their eyes upon discovery. Though the woman in the pearl gray coat never reappeared, her essence lingers in the quiet interludes between heartbeats, in the rain's soft tap against glass, in the wisps of steam spiraling from coffee cups. I've come to realize that some mysteries demand not unraveling, but witnessing, honoring, and passing on, akin to whispered secrets within fleeting seconds. Story 34. In a forgotten workshop brimming with remnants of skilled hands, I stumbled upon a fractured clock with its gears exposed and its face trapped in a timeless gaze. As I observed the sporadic dance of its wayward hands, the chilly, musty air enveloped me, saturated with the scent of oil and rust, throbbing with a tale of stolen moments and memories suspended between heartbeats. The workshop beckoned to me on this autumn night, its worn door slightly ajar, extending a silent invitation into its depths. Moonbeams filtered through windows veiled in dust, casting elongated shadows over workbenches smoothed by years of meticulous touch. The wooden floor murmured beneath my steps, releasing the faint perfume of aged pine and forgotten artistry with each footfall. Surrounding me, an array of timepieces adorned the shelves, grandfather clocks standing sentinel in silence, their pendulums motionless, pocket watches nestled in velvet-lined drawers, their once golden casings dulled by the passage of time. Yet it was the singular piece that drew me closer, a mantel clock boasting a delicate brass visage, its cracked crystal resembling a spider's web. Nestling into the weathered craftsman's chair, a peculiar detail about the broken timekeeper caught my eye. Despite its severed connection to power, the second hand would sporadically twitch, briefly reversing its course before settling back into stillness. The motion was so subtle that at first I doubted my senses in the dim light. The rhythm of my breath seemed to sync with these minute movements, drawing me nearer to inspect the intricate mechanism within. Though tarnished, the brass gears retained a faint, unearthly shimmer. Some bore enigmatic symbols, markings unfamiliar to my years of collecting antique timepieces. A gentle breeze wafted through the workshop, carrying the ethereal melody of distant wind chimes. Yet upon closer listening, the tinkling transformed into the soft chimes of clock bells. The air thickened, charged with an electric energy that prickled the fine hairs on my arms. Reaching out to touch the clock's face, the metal greeted me with unexpected warmth under my fingertips. The sensation crept up my arm leisurely, bringing a peculiar awareness memories foreign to me surfaced. Visions of the workshop in its heyday flickered before my eyes, sunlight streaming through pristine windows, the rhythmic symphony of numerous clocks marking time in perfect unison, and an aged craftsman bent over this very timepiece. His hands moved with practiced grace as he assembled something far beyond a mere clock. The symbols etched on the gears began to shift and blur, rearranging themselves into patterns that tugged at the fringes of my comprehension. Each new configuration whispered of alternate paths of moments that might have been, of time meandering not like a river, but akin to an ocean with myriad currents and eddies. The workshop around me seemed to waver, reality itself swaying gently to the broken clock's rhythm. Shadows elongated and contracted in impossible ways, and at the edges of my vision, translucent figures flitted through the space, ghostly silhouettes engaged in tasks from other eras, other instances coexisting alongside my own. My fingers remained affixed to the clock's face, unable to withdraw not from fear, but from a profound, tranquil fascination. The warmth had diffused through my entire being, accompanied by an understanding that transcended verbal expression. This was no ordinary timepiece. It was a portal to the very essence of time, crafted by one who had unearthed enigmas never intended for human comprehension. As night descended, a soft ticking arose from the clock, though its mechanisms remained motionless. The sound seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, akin to the workshop's heartbeat. With each tick, the translucent figures gained substance, their movements clearer. Among them I recognized the elderly craftsmen, our gazes locking fleetingly across the expanse of years. The air grew redolent with metal and ozone, the workshop's temperature oscillating between warmth and chill in gentle undulations. The ticking softened, receding into the distance, and I realized my perception of time had begun to drift. Moments stretched and compressed like elastic, the boundaries between past, present, and future blurring like morning mist. When I eventually lowered my hand, the workshop reverted to its abandoned facade, yet a fundamental shift had occurred. The shattered clock sat innocuously before me, its hands tranquil once more, yet I sensed it pulsating with potential of brass and time heart, awaiting the next soul to unlock its mysteries. I frequent the workshop now, though its exact location eludes description. At times, I linger for hours in the craftsman's chair, entranced by the play of light and shadow on the fractured timepiece. And occasionally, in the perfect instant, I lay my hand on its face, surrendering to that realm between heartbeats where all moments coexist, and time itself is an infinite tapestry of possibilities. Ultimately, I refrain from mending the fractured timepiece. Some things I've discovered are more exquisite in their fractures, their very imperfections serving as fissures through which enchantment seeps into our world. And in the stillness of night, when the workshop is bathed in moonlight and reminiscence alone, I swear I can still discern its ticking, weaving the rhythm of moments that never were and forever shall be. Story 35. In the heart of a mansion forgotten by time, I found myself enveloped in a silence so profound, it felt almost sentient. The grand foyer, adorned with portraits smudged by dust and drapes weathered by neglect, exhaled whispers of bygone eras. Each creak of the aging floorboards and every sigh of the wind through cracked windows carried tales long confined, beckoning me to listen. The waning light of the afternoon filtered through frayed curtains, casting elongated shadows that waltzed upon the faded wallpaper. My footfalls murmured softly as I ventured deeper into the abode, the air stirring with each step, as if awakening dormant memories suspended in the dust. The musty essence of ancient timber and forsaken recollections mingled in my nostrils with every breath, while the distant rustle of branches against panes choreographed a subtle melody in the hush. Drawn inexorably to a majestic staircase, its once gleaming banister now dulled by age, I ascended with a tentative touch, my hand gliding along the wood. Yet an anomaly caught my eye, the dust beneath my fingertips dissipated, leaving behind pristine patches that gleamed as if freshly tended. Despite the chill that clung to the manor, the wood beneath my touch radiated an unexpected warmth. Upon reaching the second floor, a corridor stretched before me, its closed doors standing sentinels to the profound stillness that now enveloped me, pregnant with anticipation like the pause between heartbeats. I observed a subtle shift in temperature with each door I passed. Some corridors exuded a gentle heat, while others cradled pockets of cool air, compelling me to draw my jacket tighter. One door, slightly ajar, offered a glimpse into an ancient study bathed in the amber hues of twilight. Walls lined with tomes reaching toward the heavens, their spines faded yet hinting at untold wisdom. A weighty desk commanded the room's center, its surface veiled in a thin film of dust save for one pristine circle, as though an object had been recently displaced. Approaching the desk, the floor sighed beneath my weight, and the chair behind it stood askew, as if vacated mere moments prior. Within the dust-free circle, a peculiar sight greeted my eyes. An ethereal script, barely visible, revealed itself when caught in the right light. Leaning closer, I deciphered the words, "We never truly leave." As the sun descended, elongating shadows across the study floor, a subtle shift in the room's ambience caught my attention. Gentle currents of air caressed my skin, though no windows stood ajar. Books occasionally emitted soft rustles, as if leafed through by invisible hands. Seating myself in the chair, I traced the intricate grain of the desk's surface, enveloped in a newfound warmth that defied the mansion's pervasive chill. In that space, time ebbed and flowed without constraint. Minutes melded with hours as I absorbed the room's essence. The encroaching darkness felt not foreboding, but rather a comforting shroud, enfolding the study in an intimate embrace. Dust motes pirouetted in the fading light, weaving transient patterns that resembled writing or perhaps visages, forever eluding my gaze. As night descended in full, a remarkable sight unfolded. The dust-free circle on the desk emitted a faint luminescence, pulsating akin to a breath, causing the room's temperature to fluctuate imperceptibly. The words "we never truly leave" shimmered in the obscurity. Moved by an inexplicable compulsion, I extended my hand to the glowing circle, and a profound serenity washed over me. The mansion's silence metamorphosed into a symphony of quietude, a melodic tapestry of whispers that had always lingered, waiting to be heard. Each creak and murmur bore significance, narrating the stories of those who had preceded me in that very spot. Upon rising to depart, I noticed my watch had ceased its ticking at some indiscernible moment during my reverie. The darkness of the house now bore a different weight, akin to a sentient presence rather than a mere absence of light. Retracing my steps through the hallway and descending the staircase, I realized that the mansion's silence had never been vacant. It had been brimming with latent narratives, yearning for a receptive listener. Often I find myself contemplating a return to that mansion, to sit once more in that study as night descends. In the quietude of my own dwelling, I occasionally catch fleeting echoes of that melodic silence, a reminder that spaces harbor more than memories. They cradle fragments of all the souls who have traversed them, lingering in the dust and shadows, awaiting acknowledgement of their enduring warmth. Story 36. On a tranquil night enveloped by a sudden downpour, I ventured outside to retrieve my umbrella and stumbled upon a curious sight, a trail of muddy footprints meandering away from my doorstep. The rain descended with a steady beat, painting the pavement with a soothing cadence, while the cool, damp air carried an enigmatic aura, a silent visitor's presence lingering, unspoken yet palpable. Under the soft glow of the porch light, I observed as raindrops delicately blurred the outlines of each footprint, morphing them into vague, indistinct shapes against the wet concrete canvas. The rain cascaded in gentle waves, creating a hushed white noise that seemed to cleanse the evening of its usual cacophony. Exhaling tendrils of mist in the chilly air, I pondered the enigmatic marks before me. These footprints, not quite fitting the profile of any of my shoes, bore a peculiar familiarity. They seemed to have been left by someone treading with deliberate intent, each step imbued with purpose. What captivated me most was their faint shimmer under the dim light, as if holding minuscule specks of reflected moonbeams. Compelled by an inexplicable curiosity, I found myself trailing after these mysterious imprints. My own footsteps whispered softly against the damp earth as I advanced, accompanied by the gentle pitter-patter of rain on my coat. The atmosphere carried the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil, intermingled with a subtle, sweet fragrance reminiscent of aged books and dried blossoms. The path guided me through my garden, where raindrops clung to leaves and petals like delicate strings of pearls. Amidst the misty air, my night-blooming jasmine unfurled its blossoms, releasing an ethereal perfume that wafted through the surroundings. The footprints navigated between the flora with meticulous precision, never disturbing a single stem or leaf, as if the entity responsible for them knew precisely where to tread. Continuing to follow the trail, I discerned an anomaly in the raindrops descending around the footprints. They seemed to pause briefly before making contact with the ground, forming minuscule, suspended spheres of water for fleeting instants. The subtlety of the phenomenon might have eluded me had I not been attentively observant. The garden path unveiled a small clearing where I often lingered to witness the sunset. Here, the footprints delineated a flawless circle, as though their creator had revolved slowly in place within it. Within this circle, the grass appeared subtly altered, perhaps more silvery, or somehow imbued with a heightened vitality. Each blade oscillated in a breeze imperceptible to my senses. Kneeling down to inspect the grass more closely, I ran my fingers along the otherworldly stems. Cool to the touch, they hummed with a gentle vibration that traversed up through my fingertips. While the rain maintained its rhythmic downpour within the circle, each droplet seemed to intone a barely audible note as it descended. Upon rising, I noticed that the footprints persisted beyond the circle, albeit transformed. They now appeared fainter, barely discernible against the darkened earth, as if their maker had gradually waned in substance. The peculiar, sweet fragrance detected earlier intensified here, mingling with the rain-drenched atmosphere in a manner that instilled an unusual tranquility within me. Pursuing this dwindling trail led me to the ancient oak tree at the edge of my property. Its colossal branches extended like protective limbs overhead, their leaves whispering enigmatic secrets in the rain. The footprints terminated at the tree's base, or perhaps they extended upward along its trunk amidst the dimness and rain, distinguishing where the marks ended and the natural bark patterns began proved impossible. Pressing my palm against the oak's moist bark, I detected the same subtle vibration experienced within the grass circle. The tree pulsated with a subdued energy, akin to a slumbering heart beating in leisurely rhythm. Rivulets of water cascaded down its trunk, shaping and reshaping patterns that almost resembled written scripts, yet dissolving before my eyes could decipher them. Immersed in the rain, I sensed a profound alteration in the atmosphere. The air crackled with a gentle electricity, akin to the instant preceding a rainbow's emergence. Raindrops now descended in orchestrated patterns, choreographing a dance of light and shadow in harmony with an inaudible melody. While I did not lay eyes on my silent visitor that night, their presence had metamorphosed my familiar garden into a realm of enchantment and novelty. Even upon my return indoors, shedding raindrops from my coat, I perceived the lingering traces of their passage in the ambient air. The mysterious, sweet fragrance clung to my garments for days, and occasionally, amidst the rain's descent, I detected faint hints of it anew. Now on tranquil rainy nights, an irresistible pull draws me outside, yearning to unearth fresh footprints traversing my garden. Though their presence eludes me, a shift has occurred in the rain's descent, in the garden's growth, in the oak tree's sway in the breeze. My silent visitor left behind more than mere footprints. They bestowed upon me a gentle enigma that unfurls with each raindrop's descent. As I pen these words by lamplight, observing another storm approach, I ponder whether the visitor merely passed through or instead imparted a fragment of themselves, interwoven with this place's essence. At times, as I drift into slumber with the rain's gentle serenade outside my window, I swear I discern distant footsteps moving in perfect synchrony with the raindrops, as if a spectral presence still wanders through my garden, leaving no trace save for their ethereal essence. Story 37. In the early hush of morning, I strolled through a serene meadow, captivated by the glistening dew adorning the grass like a blanket of diamonds. To my surprise, the tiny droplets had assembled themselves into intricate letters, a script woven by nature's hand. The air was alive with the earthy fragrance of damp soil and wild blooms, enveloping me in a sense of enchantment, as if the fleeting message was a secret meant for my eyes alone. A soft mist hung in the air, casting a pearly veil over the landscape, inviting me to kneel and study the dew-kissed letters that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Each stroke and loop was as delicate as the finest calligraphy, shimmering and dancing just beyond my grasp. With each passing day, I found myself drawn back to the meadow, compelled by an invisible force that whispered of hidden truths. The messages changed with the sun's caress, evolving from clear, precise symbols into abstract designs that melded back into the verdant tapestry. Sometimes unfamiliar words in unknown tongues would appear, their forms both familiar and alien, teasing my curiosity. The gentle rustle of the breeze through the grass and the melodic chorus of awakening birds became my constant companions in this ethereal realm. I began chronicling the messages in a weathered journal, my pen tracing the damp patterns as if capturing a fleeting dream. The pages bore witness to the mystical language of the dew, their slight ripples echoing the dance of the letters. One mist-laden dawn, a new revelation unfolded before me, a mandala of words and symbols spiraling outwards from a central point, infusing the air with a palpable stillness. The usual sounds of morning seemed muted, as if the meadow itself held its breath in anticipation. The mysterious script extended its reach beyond the meadow, manifesting in unexpected places etched in the condensation on my window, mirrored in the rising steam of my tea, and even woven into the frost-kissed leaves of autumn. In my slumber, the letters visited me in dreams, weaving tales of shadow and light, whispering enigmatic truths in the language of nature's symphony. Each awakening left me grasping at fading memories of comprehension, the elusive meaning slipping through my grasp like water. As the seasons shifted, the messages ebbed and flowed, appearing only on pristine mornings when the world held its breath in crystalline clarity. The frost lent its own voice to the script, etching delicate messages on the frozen canvas of grass, each sparkle a diamond in the winter sun. And still I returned to the meadow, though the messages grew sparse with time, cherishing each encounter as a precious gift of quiet revelation. Years have passed, yet the meadow remains a sanctuary of solace and wonder. The dew still paints its intricate patterns on leaf and blade, though the letters have faded into whispers of a bygone mystery. My journal, a vessel of captured echoes, now rests on my desk, its pages a testament to the dawn's gentle magic. In the shifting light, the sketched patterns seem to dance and transform, mirroring the ever-changing nature of the dew script itself. Perhaps the essence of understanding lies not in deciphering the mysteries, but in embracing the wonder of the unknown with patient, reverent eyes. The meadow has become a threshold where the ordinary transcends into the extraordinary at daybreak, a reminder that some questions are meant to linger without answers. The crystalline messages may remain a riddle, but their presence has woven a tapestry of awe and gratitude within my soul, teaching me that life's most profound moments are not found in revelations, but in the quiet embrace of unanswered wonders. Story 38. On a misty night along the coast, I ventured to an abandoned pier that stretched out into the murky, restless waters. Etched into a weathered beam were intricate symbols softly illuminated by the moon's pale glow. The salty breeze whispered of enigma as I traced the marks with my fingertips, sensing a connection to a long-buried secret beneath the waves. The rhythmic dance of waves against worn pillars cast a spell, drawing me into a deep contemplation. Steadfast on the pier, I noticed the wood beneath me murmuring with each step, carrying echoes of bygone footsteps. The air hung heavy with the scent of salt and dampened wood, mingled with an ancient essence reminiscent of forgotten tomes and hidden chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier, compelled by an inexplicable force. Each visit unveiled new intricacies in the mysterious symbols' curves that seemed to sway with the moon's light, lines that wove into different designs with the ebb and flow of the tide. The gentle creaking of the planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the pier that dared to breach its domain. On my fifth visit, a peculiar warmth enveloped the marked beam, contrasting the cool maritime air. Placing my hand against it, I felt a gentle pulsing warmth in harmony with my own heartbeat, akin to cradling a cup of tea that never cooled. As I delved deeper into contemplation, the fog thickened, cocooning me in a soft embrace that dulled surrounding sounds, creating a timeless sanctuary. Amidst the mist, a faint melody seemed to rise from beneath the pier, blending with the ocean's song. One tranquil night, beside the marked beam, I observed the water below, unusually serene and reflective like polished obsidian. Beneath the surface, shadows glided with graceful intent, too elusive to be ordinary sea creatures. The symbols seeped into my dreams, transforming into maps of uncharted territories or writhing beneath my touch like living script. Keeping a journal, I sketched the symbols as they manifested each night, noting their subtle shifts with the moon's phases. Weeks passed, revealing that other visitors remained oblivious to the markings, their eyes sliding past as if the beam were merely weathered wood. The turning point arrived with the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols emitted a gentle phosphorescence, casting a mesmerizing blue-green glow that undulated like underwater currents. The warm pulse intensified, the subterranean humming grew clearer, resonating with notes akin to forgotten language. Curious objects materialized near the beam, spiral-patterned stones, iridescent shell fragments, and delicate silver seaweed strands forming intricate designs. Now, as I pen these words, I realize I have become entwined in this enigma. The symbols manifest beyond the pier, in bathroom mirror condensation, rain-streaked windows, and coffee cream swirls. They transcend mere deciphering, evolving into a dialogue I slowly comprehend. The pier now symbolizes a gateway, a threshold between the familiar and the enigmatic. The gentle mystery of the symbols unfolds, offering tantalizing glimpses without revealing the full tale. It beckons me back, night after night, to that intersection where the ordinary world converges with something ancient, profound, and infinitely patient. Certain mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but savored, experienced. As I sit here enveloped in rolling fog, feeling the comforting warmth beneath my touch, I grasp that my purpose is not to solve this puzzle, but to become part of its ongoing narrative. I contribute my own chapter to the ancient story unfolding in this liminal space where land meets sea, where the unknown beckons with a gentle, persistent allure.